Chilling tales for dark nights.
Want to make sure you never miss a Chilling Tales for Dark Nights video again? Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to turn on notifications.
Part 1. Operation Stingray is in effect. I have to make this quick. I don't have much time. None of us do. I'm going to be leaving out some details and changing others. I have no way of knowing which of you reading this is already working for them. In fact, you don't know if you are either. Christ, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning. I'd known Brian since college. We lived on the same floor freshman year and had some intense Call of Duty battles while everyone else was out improving their social skills. Yeah, he was an asshole. But he was my kind of asshole, and I took a liking to him. He was a computer science major, and I was in a music school. To this day, I don't know a damn thing about computers, but I'd get a kick out of listening to him talk about that stuff. He did a lot of black hat hacking and would constantly make vague references to bizarre documents and schematics he would pull off of government computers. To me, they sounded ridiculous. Bioengineered doomsday viruses, underwater experimentation labs, laser cannons in space. I was convinced he was making it all up. After graduation, we both stayed in the city, but we weren't able to see each other much due to our respective work commitments. We'd get together every few months or so, and he'd always have some new piece of government conspiracy meat for us to chew on. We got drinks over the summer, and he told me he was looking into something major, something called Operation Stingray. Serious security, even around the most innocuous references to it. A very, very big deal, he assured me. I nodded and challenged him to some drunken Team Fortress.
Can't tonight, man. But when I blow the lid off this thing, I'm gonna pyro your ass like the old days.
Sure thing, Brian. Let me know how that works out for you. That was the last I'd heard from him for months. Then, out of the blue one night, he texted me. Brian,
Need to talk. Meet me at tomorrow at noon. Don't mention this to anyone.
Me. Sure, man. Everything okay? Brian.
I don't know. Just please don't be late.
I chuckled. Always so dramatic. Lindsay rolled over in bed.
What's up, hon?
Nothing, babe. Just Brian being Brian again. Go back to sleep. I got to the restaurant a few minutes early to snag a table before the lunch rush. Across the street, there was a small protest going on outside of one of the big downtown banks.
Money for schools, not for bonuses. Money for schools, not for bonuses. Money for schools, not for bonuses.
They chanted. Brian staggered in. Weak old scruff, pale and puffy skin, bloodshot eyes, sweat. I'd seen him like that a few times in college, but Christ, we're supposed to be adults by now. He clutched a crumpled manila envelope with both hands. Morning, beautiful, I said.
Thanks for coming, man. I didn't know who else to call. I'm sorry.
Dude, relax. Sit down. He glanced around the restaurant and took his seat. He didn't let go of the envelope.
Were you followed?
Listen to you.
Were you followed?
Man, are you serious? Look, we can pretend to be spies, but only so long as you don't actually creep me out. He reached into the envelope and pulled out a small white pill. He held it out to me. What the hell is that?
Just take it.
Dude, I am not gonna get fucked up with you in a crowded restaurant in the middle of the day.
It's not it. It's just a vitamin. Take it.
Since when did you become such a health nut?
Just fucking take it, man. Please.
His eyes were wild and desperate, and they evaporated any trace of a smile from my face.
Okay, chill.
I took the pill and swallowed it. Happy? He visibly relaxed and reached into the envelope again. He removed a stack of papers and placed them on the table.
I'll try to go over what I can. I don't know how much time we'll have, but everything you need to know is right in here.
Seriously, Brian, are you going to tell me what I just swallowed?
It started about a year ago. I was cracking some DOD contractors for shits and giggles, and I kept seeing the word Stingray being mentioned. Cryptic shit like top secret memos that just said, Stingray is a go, stuff like that. I was curious, so I poked around for leads. There wasn't a lot to go on, but there were a few breadcrumbs that led to a facility out in the desert in Bumblefuck, Utah. DRS-117, they called it. Tiny place, staff of a couple dozen with bullshit names like Jane Smith, John White, etc. Everything about this place was classified. And I mean everything. The fucking cafeteria budget was redacted.
Riveting. You really outdone yourself this time, man.
Shut up and listen. The place was a black hole. No info came out of there at all, save for a few emails sent to the DoD heads that said, "The project is proceeding on schedule." I poked around for a while and eventually I pulled the name of an applicant they were interested in working with at DRS-117. Some big-shot neuroscientist out of Stanford. A few days after I saw his name mentioned, there was a news report that said he died in a car accident in the Redwoods. A few days after that, a memo made the rounds saying that the new 117 project member is proving to be a valuable resource to Stingray's development.
A smiling waiter walked up to our table.
"Are you gentlemen ready to order?"
"I think we'll need a few minutes," I said.
"Not a problem. Take your time."
The waiter lingered for a second. His mouth was smiling, but his eyes seemed to be studying us. He left and Brian continued.
The Stanford guy was a big name in his field. He specialized in developing systems that could link the human brain with computer interfaces. His early work eventually led to the development of some new next-gen prosthetics.
He leaned in and his voice dropped to a low whisper.
Here's the kicker. At the time of his death, he was working on a method for wirelessly transmitting electrical signals into the brain to stimulate neural impulses. Massively complex stuff, but the gist is that his system could project images, sounds, and sensations directly into the brain from a computer. Not just that, but depending on what part of the brain you targeted, it could create emotions, memories, even thoughts themselves out of thin air. His colleagues thought he'd lost his shit, but he maintained that the system would someday revolutionize mental health treatment. He thought he'd be able to diagnose specific malfunctions in an individual's thinking and fix them with a laptop. Of course, after the accident, no one was able to locate any of his research. His hard drives had been erased, and his notes were missing from the lab.
I rubbed my eyes. I wasn't nearly drunk enough to be listening to this shit, and I was starting to get a headache. Man, not to sound uninterested, but let's go ahead and order already. I'm not feeling so hot right now.
Try to focus,
he said.
I knew I needed to get more info, so I looked for a weak link in the communication chain. I found the information choke point, the one guy who was the direct liaison between 117 and the Defense Department. Everything went through him. Over a few months, I got into every piece of computerized electronics this guy touched, and I waited. Yeah, the guy was careful, very careful. It took a while, but eventually he slipped. He left an unencrypted video file on his laptop without password protection one night, and I snatched it up. When I watched it, here, see for yourself.
He tapped his phone and handed it to me. The screen showed a large white room with a chimpanzee sitting in the middle eating from a bowl of fruit. Off to the side, a man stood at a computer console. He was facing the camera. Stingray experimental test subject number 117-011. Simple motor functions. He tapped on the keyboard and the chimp stopped eating. He stopped moving at all, actually. It sat there, completely motionless, like a doll. Right arm, the man said as he tapped the command on the keyboard. The chimp raised its right arm. Stand. The chimp stood up. Take 7 steps to your left. The chimp did so. The video cut out and started up again, apparently at a later date. The same setup as before. Experimental test subject number 117-011. Emotional regulation. He tapped on the keyboard and said, anger. The chimp immediately flung the fruit across the room and launched into an awful, screaming rage. It rushed at the man and raised its arms to strike him. Sadness. The chimp collapsed onto the floor and moaned. It curled into a ball and pressed its face into its knees. Fear. The chimp screeched and scrambled into a corner of the room, wide-eyed and shaking. Again, the video cut out. When it restarted, the man stared into the camera without speaking for a long silence. Experimental test subject number 117-011. Self-preservation override. The man tapped away on his keyboard, then paused for a moment, looking at the chimp. His finger hovered over a key. He sighed and pressed it. The chimp went motionless for a second and then raised its hands to its face. The chimp sat there quietly as it tore its own eyes out. The man looked into the camera. Based on these results, I recommend moving into Phase 2 immediately. The video went black.
What the fuck did you just show me?
That's not even the half of it, Brian said. Pretty soon, after I saw that video, I started talking with Lafarge. And that's when things really got weird.
The waiter stepped up to the table again. Brian waved him off.
We still need a few minutes.
I'm sorry, sir, but there's a phone call for you.
Brian frowned.
It must be Lafarge. I told him I was meeting you. Wait here.
Brian and the waiter stepped into the back of the restaurant, and I sat there rubbing my temples. I wasn't in the mood to listen to conspiracy fantasies, and now it looked like I was getting a migraine. I decided I was going to excuse myself when he got back. Conspiracy games aren't fun when you have a splitting headache. I looked out the window at the protest. A waifish girl with blonde dreadlocks and a knit sweater was reciting slam poetry about the evils of greed. The ineffectiveness of it all would be comical if it wasn't so sad. The waiter walked by again and I touched him on the arm. Listen, I'm afraid I'm not feeling well and I have to step out. Please tell my friend I'm sorry and I'll get in touch with him later in the week.
Not a problem, sir. Will your friend be arriving soon?
No, I mean my friend who was just here, the one you took back for the phone call. The waiter looked puzzled.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not sure what you mean.
What? Why?
You've been sitting here by yourself since you arrived.
I looked at him. Was this kid messing with me? That's not funny, I said. I stood up and walked to the back of the restaurant. Brian! Hey, Brian, are you back here? I turned down the small hallway that held the phone in the restrooms. It was empty. I checked the men's room. Nothing. I walked back to the front of the restaurant. Okay, kid, cut it out. Where's my friend?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know who you're referring to.
I felt eyes on me and I looked around. The rest of the waitstaff were all standing perfectly still, staring at me with blank expressions. The waiter stepped towards me.
But there is a phone call for you. Please follow me to the back.
The waitstaff advanced on me. There was a thunderous crash as a brick smashed through the plate glass window at the front of the restaurant. I looked out the hole and saw that the peaceful little protest had turned savage. Protesters were smashing windows and cars and attacking passerbys. The poetry girl was standing in the middle of the street, staring into the restaurant with a crazed grin. We locked eyes for a moment before a police cruiser smashed into her, sending her flying in a cloud of red mist. The restaurant erupted into chaos. Diners attempted to flee, knocking the waitstaff aside. I grabbed Brian's manila envelope from the table and jumped out of the open window. Police officers flooded the scene. They fired tear gas and beat the protesters bloody with batons. But it was all wrong. They came too quickly, almost immediately, as soon as the protest had turned violent, as though they were waiting for it to happen. I sprinted home and bounded up the stairs to my apartment. I flung the door open. Lindsay was slicing tomatoes in the kitchen and she gasped when I burst into the room. I slammed the door behind me and locked it.
Jesus, honey, is everything all right?
I don't know. We have to call the cops. Something happened to Brian.
What? What happened?
He just disappeared. He went to get a phone call and then the waiters... My head was throbbing and I collapsed onto the couch. Lindsay ran to me.
Honey, calm down. Just breathe. Everything's gonna be fine, okay? Just breathe.
I sat up and she stood behind the couch. Her hand on my back made me feel better and I relaxed a little. You're right. I just need to think. I don't even know where to begin. I looked down at the manila envelope in my hand. I opened it and saw another, smaller envelope inside. I pulled it out and saw that the words, "If anything happens to me," were written on the front. "Just calm down," Lindsay said, rubbing my shoulder gently. "Just calm down. Whatever it is, we're gonna figure it out." I touched her hand and looked up at her reflection in the TV screen. "Thank you," I said, smiling. I looked back down at the envelope. I opened it and pulled out a stack of papers. On the top there was one with a single word written in black marker. "Run." I looked up at Lindsay's reflection. She was raising the knife above her head, ready to plunge it into my back. Part 2. Love hurts. I fell in love with Lindsay the first time I met her. It was her smile that did it. Warm and sweet, with a sparkle of mischief behind her eyes. She was wearing that same smile as she held the knife over me, ready to plunge it through the back of my neck. I leapt forward out of the couch just as she whipped the knife down. It slashed my shoulder open and I fell onto the coffee table. I reached back to touch the wound and felt hot blood seeping between my fingers. I rolled over and looked at her. "Jesus fucking Christ, Lindsay, what are you doing?" She was staring straight ahead, not even looking at me, just gently smiling into nothing. Her head slowly lowered and she looked into my eyes. "Everything is going to be all right." She walked around the couch slowly and deliberately, her eyes fixed on mine the whole time. I rolled off the coffee table and backed away from her across the carpet. "Lindsay, put down the knife. I am not fucking with you right now. Put it down." "Just relax, babe." She walked around to the front of the couch and picked up the stack of papers from Brian's envelope. "You're going to be fine. Brian is going to be fine. Everyone is going to be taken care of." She stepped toward me, the papers in one hand and the knife in the other. I backed up into the exposed brick wall and pain flashed across my shoulder. I stood up, breathing hard. "Stop. Stop right there. Please don't take another step toward me or I might have to hurt you. I don't know what's going on, but please, don't make me do that. I love you, Lindsay. Please stop. Please stop." She paused a few feet from me. We stood in a thick silence. "You're such a sweetheart," she growled in a raspy voice that froze my intestines. "Too bad it has to end like this." She rushed at me, waving the knife in front of her. I dodged to the side, grabbed her wrist, and spun her around into the wall. I pounded her wrist against the brick, trying to knock the knife loose. I felt a wet snap in the bone and I gasped and looked at her. She was still smiling. I threw her to the side and she crumpled onto the floor. She laid there a moment, squares of bright sunlight from the windows making her look like a dream. I was seeing purple spots in the center of my vision and a high-pitched ringing sound was spiking my brain like an ice pick. It was wrong. Everything was wrong. This couldn't be happening. I pressed my palms into my eyes. The pill. Something was in that pill that Brian gave me and it was making me crazy. I have to wake up. That's all I have to do is wake up. I took my hands away and Lindsay was standing in front of me. The smile was gone. A guttural animal cry exploded from her and she swung the knife at my head. I ducked under her arm and shoved her waist as hard as I could. She staggered back and fell into the window. It shattered and she flipped over, clutching at the windowsill just as she went over the side. I ran to the window and grabbed her wrist just as she let go of the sill. The knife spun and flashed down to the street. Brian's papers fluttered through the air like snowflakes. Lindsay looked up at me. The smile was gone. The rage was gone. It was just her. "Oh my God, what's happening?" "Fuck, baby, hang on." My hands were sweaty and slick with blood. I squeezed harder and felt the bones twist and pop in her broken wrist. She screamed and jerked her arm. My grip slid down to her fingers.
Hold still, I yelled. Hold still. Reach with your other hand. I can't. Oh God, don't let me fall. She was shaking and gasping for breath. I tried to pull her up, but my shoulder screamed fire and gave out. She slipped another inch. I was barely holding on to her fingertips. I looked in her eyes, wet, red, and frightened. I felt her fingers sliding from mine. Please. And then she slipped. I watched her eyes the whole way. Her scream cut deep into me, and she hit the pavement with a crack that will ring in my ears forever. People on the sidewalk shouted and ran to her. They circled, and one guy knelt down next to her motionless body. He looked at the others. She's alive! Call 911! I ran to the front door of the apartment, grabbed my coat to cover her in case of shock, and flew down the stairs. I tripped and landed on my bleeding shoulder on the way down. I groaned and hissed through clenched teeth, but I scrambled to my feet and kept running. I got to the front door of the apartment building and shoved it open. She was gone. I turned and looked both ways on the sidewalk. There was no Lindsay, no crowd circle, nothing. People were walking up and down the street like nothing had happened. I ran my hands through my hair. What the fuck? What the fuck? I looked across the street. A man in a black overcoat and a bowler hat was standing there. We watched each other for a few long seconds. He held something in his hand. It was dark blue and shaped like a smartphone, but thin and translucent like glass. He touched it, and I felt something like a drill bit boring between the two halves of my brain. He's doing it, I thought. Somehow he's doing all of this. I felt an urge foam up inside me, an urge to run across the street and beat him to a spongy pulp. I could see his bloody face on the sidewalk in my mind, but a piece of paper blowing against my leg snapped me out of it. I picked it up. It was Brian's note from earlier. Run. I turned up the sidewalk, picked up a handful of paper strewn across the concrete, and I ran. After a few blocks, I stepped into a drugstore. I hid my bloody shoulder under my coat and I purchased some first aid supplies. Is there a bathroom I can use? I asked the cashier. You're not gonna shoot up in there, are you? I walked into the bathroom and locked the door behind me. I patched my shoulder up the best that I could and I looked into the mirror. The headache was a rock hammer in my skull and my eyes were starting to sting. I popped a few ibuprofen, but I doubted it would help. I pulled out the papers I had rescued from the street, some MRI brain scans with certain areas circled and highlighted, a satellite image of what looked like a major city, though I couldn't tell which one, a sheet with a list of names on which I recognized a few political and media figures, and a handwritten note from Brian that looked like the last page of a letter.
To get out of the city as quickly as possible. Don't pack, don't talk to anyone. Just get into your car and head to Marysville. Like I said, you have to find Lafarge. You'll know what to do then. So I guess that's that. If you're reading this, we might not see each other again for a while. Maybe never, in fact. Just know that you are always my best friend, even if I never said it to you. There's no one else I can trust to expose these sons of bitches before it's too late. You're going to succeed where I failed. I know it. Okay, enough of that. Whatever you do, find Lafarge. Brian. Chalkboard fingers scratched my skull and my head felt like it was going to split in half. P.S. Sorry about the pill, man. It keeps them out of your head, but it has some nasty side effects.
I looked in the mirror. An oily black liquid was trickling out of the corner of my eye. Part 3. Who is Lafarge?
Whatever you do, find Lafarge.
Brian's last words echoed in my mind as I made my way uptown. I held a plastic bag with some supplies I'd picked up on the way. Bandages for my shoulder, a small pocket knife, a flashlight, some bags of trail mix, and a bottle of water. Not much, but it would float me while I headed up north to look for Lafarge. Lafarge. Jesus Christ.
I didn't even know who this guy was or how I was supposed to find him. Brian hadn't finished telling that part of the story yet before they... I shook my head. My vision was shimmering like the pavement on a hot day. The side effects of the pill were getting worse, and I didn't know how long they would last. I was seeing things now. Several times on the walk uptown, I thought I saw the man in the bowler hat reflected in a store window. He was never there when I turned my head, but I swear his reflection was getting closer. I reminded myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. At least I hoped that's all it was. In any case, as long as the pill was working, it was shielding me from their control devices. The real thing to be afraid of was the side effects wearing off. That's when I would really be in trouble. Control devices. Mind control devices. It still sounded ridiculous, even after everything I'd seen that day. There's a government conspiracy to control our thoughts. Everyone is in on it. For fuck's sake. Now, there are crackheads who think more rationally than that. What proof did I have? Brian's papers were gone? No one else could corroborate anything I've seen. I was actively hallucinating at that very moment because of the pill. Oh my God. I pushed Lindsay out of the goddamn window. Or did I even do that? Was any of this real, or was I laying in a hospital bed, foaming at the mouth, shouting, "They're coming for my thoughts! Don't let them get me!" Was the world really in danger, or had I just lost my fucking... Whatever you do, find Lafarge. Okay, Brian, I said to myself. No, we'll do it your way. I'll head up north. If I don't find him, I'll get to enjoy insanity for the rest of my life. Yeah, I've heard it's actually quite nice. If I do find him, well, I'll figure that out when I get to it. I found where my car was parked across the street from a dingy punk bar a dozen blocks from my apartment. It was always parking around there because old punkers would sometimes smack the cars with bar stools to relive their glory days. And my car had a few new dings on it, but nothing major. I got in and set the bag down in the passenger seat. My phone chimed. I pulled it out of my pocket and saw that my mom had sent me a text.
What's going on? Call me.
I looked around. The street was completely empty, save for a mailman making the rounds. I looked back at the phone. It was a stupid risk. Stupid. But I had to try to warn her. I swiped it open and called my mom. She answered, and I could hear the fear in her voice.
Honey, what's happening? The police just called me. They said something happened to Lindsay. Are you all right?
I'm fine, Mom. I need you to listen to me. Grab a bag, pack what you need, and drive out to Aunt Clara's right away. Don't stop. Don't wait for anything. Just get out of the house and go as quickly as you can.
What on earth are you talking about? Are you in trouble? Tell me what's going on.
I can't. I'm sorry, but I really can't right now. I'm mixed up in something big, and they might try to hurt you. I'll explain later, but just get to Clara's and tell Uncle Jim that he has my personal permission to shoot anyone who trespasses on his land. He'll love it, trust me.
Who's trying to hurt you? Is Lindsay all right?
I swallowed. Lindsay's fine, Mom. It's just that Brian and I have been looking into something, and I really don't have time to explain.
I knew it had something to do with Brian. That boy has done nothing but stunt your potential ever since you met him. He's a lazy creep, and he smells like stale potato chips. I don't know why you ever decided to spend time around that young...
Mom, will you just fucking listen to me? I'm in danger. Lots of it. And that means you're in danger, too. Get out of the house and get somewhere safe. Now, do you understand me?
How dare you? I never thought I'd see the day where my own son would be shouting obscenities at me from outside a filthy bar like an animal.
Oh my God, Mom, will you just stop and listen to what... Wait, how did you know I was outside a bar? Silence on the other end.
We only want what's best for you, dear.
The driver's side window exploded as the mailman punched through it with clenched fists. He reached in, grabbed me by the jacket, and pulled back hard. I shouted and punched at his head, trying to knock him away. He barely flinched under my blows, and his hands were vice grips on my collar. I grabbed the steering wheel and pulled myself away from the window. I reached toward the passenger seat. The knife was just beyond my fingertips. With my other hand, I felt for his face, and I squeezed my thumb into his eye. His grip gave way just a bit, and I grabbed the knife. Fierce adrenaline pumped in my veins as I flicked the knife open and stabbed frantically at his face. He held on, his eyes unflinching and cold like a wolf's. He pulled harder and I felt myself going through the window. A sick terror raced through me, and I stuck the knife hard into his neck. He let go and clutched at the wound. I opened the car door into his gut and he fell backward onto the street. I jammed in the keys, shifted into gear, and gunned it down the street. I looked in the rearview mirror. The man in the bowler hat stood next to the crumpled mailman and he watched me drive away. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw him nod at me as I sped off. Late in the day, I reached the town Brian mentioned in his last letter. It was an old coastal town about 200 miles outside of the city. Quaint little place. I remembered Lindsay and I had stayed at a bed and breakfast there once when we were first dating. I ditched the car in a wooded area a few miles outside of town and covered the rest of the distance on foot. I tossed my phone out the window after I got away from the mailman, and all I had in my pockets were a few crumpled dollars and the flashlight. In the distance, I saw the old historic lighthouse that was the town's trademark. It stood watch on the rocky shore, still vigilant, even though it hadn't been used in years. The sleepy little town took shape as I moved closer to the shoreline, and I walked down the silent main street in the afternoon light. During the tourist season, this street would be humming with families shopping for souvenirs and eating greasy, battered seafood. Now, though, the place was cold and deserted, and the sound of my own footsteps was making me nervous. Find Lafarge. Well, gosh, Brian, couldn't you have given me a little more help than that? What am I supposed to do, walk into the town pub and ask if anyone knows them? I turned a corner and saw the one business in town that was open, the Pink Coral Bar and Grill. Fuck it. I opened the door and felt all the eyes in the room size me up immediately. Dainty little pretty boy from the city, their eyes seemed to say. I remember why I hated this place. I took a seat at the bar and ordered a drink. My head was swimming and I rubbed my eyes with my thumb and forefinger. When I looked up, I could see the man in the bowler hat reflected in the bar mirror in front of me. I gasped and turned around. Nothing.
Oh, relax there, buddy. We're not gonna bite.
The bartender said, and a couple of the guys laughed.
Yeah.
I forced myself to laugh too in a sad attempt to look normal.
What brings you out this way? Sightseeing?
Yeah, just taking a drive up the coast to relax a little.
Well, you sure look like you could use it, big guy.
More laughter. Yeah, I guess. Hey, listen, there's an old friend of mine who used to live out here. Haven't seen him in years. Name's Lafarge. You know if he's still around? The bartender cracked a wide grin.
Hey, this gentleman's looking for Lafarge.
The barflies cracked up and everyone turned to look at me.
I guess you could say that old nutcase is still here.
Do you know where I could find him?
Sure.
The bartender smiled.
Only one place to look.
I stood in the graveyard in the fading light, looking down at the simple headstone in front of me. Sebastian Lafarge. February 19th, 1951, July 22nd, 2011. Together we will shine into the darkness. Okay, Brian. I found him. He said I'd know what to do when I found him, and I did. So now what? I walked out of the graveyard and back toward the town. I had to have missed something. Maybe Lafarge was just a code name or something, and I had to contact them a different way. Maybe there was another Lafarge in the town, and the Barhicks were just messing with me. Or maybe I really was crazy. My head was starting to feel better. The pill was wearing off. Either I was crazy, or they'd take over my brain soon. Either way, I was at a dead end. I kicked the plastic cup with the lighthouse logo down the sidewalk. Tears clouded my vision. Of all the places for the story to end, why did it have to be here? Why did I have to meet my doom in a bullshit little tourist trap town full of assholes peddling shitty food, cheap souvenirs, and stupid plastic cups with cheesy lighthouses printed on the... Lighthouses. Together we will shine into the darkness. I ran toward the old lighthouse as the pink sunlight faded from the sky. The wind whipped my coat along the rocky path to the base. I flicked on my flashlight and found an old door rusted into the side of the lighthouse. It was locked, but a few good kicks knocked it open. I climbed the stairs up to the lantern room and shined the flashlight around. It was pitch dark and dusty, and the crumbling remains of the lantern sat like a flayed skeleton in the dark. I looked around. Aside from the ancient equipment, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Great. Looks like I just added destruction of property to the long list of crimes I'd be arrested for. I turned back toward the stairs. A pair of heavy hands clamped down on my shoulders and threw me back onto the ground. I cried out, but a black form held me down and covered my mouth. I felt the cold metal of a knife against my throat.
"What are you doing here? Who sent you?"
a voice demanded. The hand moved from my mouth and I stammered, "My friend Brian, he told me to come." The hand grabbed my face and moved it from side to side. The body stepped off of me and pulled me to my feet.
"Sorry about that. I had to make sure it was you and not just them using your brain. Can't be too careful these days."
"Who are you?" He stepped into the moonlight.
"My name is Sebastian Lafarge. You and I have a lot to talk about, my friend."
Part 4. The truth will set you free.
"So, what's the plan?"
He was a big, hefty son of a bitch with a bushy mustache and a mop of stringy gray hair. Heavy dark bags sagged under his eyes and he reeked of VO and wood chips. I have no idea how he was able to ambush me without me smelling him first. I blinked. "What do you mean? Brian told me to find you. I assumed you had a plan." Lafarge shook his head.
"Brian is the brains. I'm just eye candy. Where is he anyway? Is he on his way?"
My eyes sank down to the floor. When I looked up, Lafarge's expression had turned grim.
"Damn it. I guess that means Phase 2 is underway."
Phase 2?
"How much did Brian tell you?"
I told the story of everything that had happened to me. Brian's disappearance, the riot outside the restaurant, Lindsay attacking me, the man in the bowler hat. Everything leading up to us meeting at the lighthouse. Lafarge shook his head.
"Well, you managed to make every stupid mistake you possibly could, but at least you're still alive. Maybe that's why Brian trusted you, because he knew you were lucky. Certainly wasn't because he thought you were smart."
I could see why he and Brian got along. Well, if we don't have a plan, then we should at least get out of this lighthouse.
"Agreed. I've got a safe house a few hours from here that should do until we figure out our next move. But first..."
He reached into his pocket and took out a white pill. He held it out to me. I hesitated.
"Don't worry," he said. "It's a much milder version than the old batches. Won't drive you crazy for one thing."
I swallowed it. We headed back toward the town in the cold moonlight. Lafarge held his strange device in his hand, a mess of soldered electrical components. He glanced at it from time to time. I looked around nervously as we walked the silent streets.
"It's okay,"
he said, looking down at the device.
"The town's clean. Not a single Stingray for a few miles in any direction. And they only have an effective range of a few hundred feet, so we're in the clear for now."
Stingray? Is that what they call the mind control device?
"Nothing gets by you, kid."
Well, how do you know so much about it? Lafarge let out a short, bitter laugh.
"Because I helped create it."
I climbed into the cab of Lafarge's rusty pickup truck and we drove off into the night. He stayed to the country roads and the branches made checkered shadows on his face as he spoke.
2008 scared everyone. Until then, the U.S. government had been living in a world of make-believe. We had defeated communism and stood alone as the world's last great superpower. We were the capstone on top of the global pyramid, free to enforce our will as we saw fit. And there were cracks in the armor. The towers, Iraq, Katrina. Yeah, but to the people in charge, they were just a few bumps in the road. No reason for alarm. Just tweak the strategy a bit. Put a black guy in the White House, that'll calm them down. But in the fall of 2008, the financial crisis hit. Global commerce stopped for a few days. Stopped. Yeah, for a terrifying moment, the whole system looked like it could unravel. And every economist with a brain was saying the same thing. This is only the beginning. The old boys in charge had finally seen the truth. They'd been having a picnic in a minefield and the first one had gone off. Yeah, in the 30s it was easy. The great engine of American industry was still churning, and there were enough resources to pull the whole world back from the brink. Not anymore. Whatever resources exist are concentrated in the hands of people who refuse to get them up. Maybe a few old billionaires would fund cancer research to win points with St. Peter, but by and large, the financial elite had told Washington, we ain't paying for this mess. Figure something else out. But it was a riddle without an answer. Who could stabilize the system? China? China is a house of cards, one real estate bubble away from collapsing like the Soviet Union. India's a backwater pretender and the Russians are digging for oil, like a smackhead poking around for the last vein. Now there would be no New Deal, and history shows that when a government can't govern, eventually the people rise up. Democracy and commerce were no longer compatible. One of them had to go. So a plan was hatched. The funds were allocated. A tiny research station was built in the desert. All of it authorized by a top-secret memorandum detailing the 3 phases of a desperate project. Operation Stingray. I was brought in for Phase 1, testing and experimentation. I'm an engineer by trade, though I had dabbled in biochem in my youth. I detested the idea of working for the feds, but the money they offered was unbelievable. I flew out to Utah and walked through the doors of Defense Research Station 117, thinking I won the lottery. Yeah, it was weird from the beginning. They gave us a few vague directives, but never told us what we were actually working on. We weren't allowed to fraternize with anyone outside of our immediate team, and we were under constant surveillance day and night. Eventually, a bunch of us confronted the principal investigator, a man known to us as Dr. Dreiser. We told him it was ridiculous to expect us to accomplish anything when we didn't know what we were making. So he arranged a demonstration. He sat us all in front of a table with a mouse cage on it. He wheeled in a bizarre contraption on a cart and started typing on a keyboard. The mouse froze still. Dreiser typed something else and the mouse very slowly began to eat its own paws. I was shocked and sickened, and I looked at Dreiser's face. He was grinning. The frightening, inhuman look of a man drunk on power. We were horrified. Several of us demanded to be taken off the project, but Dreiser told us all the same thing. You signed a contract. You belong to us. After that, they clamped down. We weren't allowed to call home, go outside, even talk to each other about anything other than the project. They posted armed guards in every room, and it was surreal and frightening, like something out of the Twilight Zone. Then one day they woke us all up and told us we had completed our contractual obligations and we were free to go. We packed into the back of an old army truck and drove away. Yeah, I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised when the driver stopped the truck, ordered us out, and told us to march into the desert. He sprayed gunfire into our backs and we collapsed forward in a bleeding heap. I was the lucky one. His shot went through my shoulder, missing everything important. I lay there on the ground as the soldier approached us. He popped 2 in the heads of every man down the line. I waited until he was at the guy next to me, then I sprang up and wrestled the gun from him. I gave him 2 to his head and then drove away in the truck. And when I got back to civilization, I saw the news was reporting the deaths of every member of the project and their families, all killed in tragic accidents. Car crash, house fire, accidental drownings. I had apparently suffered a massive heart attack, but I was the only one whose family hadn't died with him. It was a message. Dreiser was saying, don't even think of coming forward, or your wife and son will pay. So I stayed in the shadows, determined to find a way to shine a light on this whole thing. I've been on the run ever since. They brought in a new team after us, and now it looks like they moved on to Phase 2.
What's Phase 2?
What do you think? Field operations, crowd control, targeted assassination, using a ray to eliminate enemies and prevent the masses from congealing into any kind of threat. It's a remarkably simple feat. That riot you witnessed, for example, They didn't need to take over everyone's brain to do that. There was probably a single Ray turning up the aggression of a handful of the protesters and setting the whole thing off. That's all they need. The ability to control a few key players at a few key moments, enough to tip things in their favor, 51% of the time. With the proper planning, you can control a whole city with a skeleton crew of maybe half a dozen Rays. Put a crew like that in every major city, maybe infiltrate a few foreign governments and yeah, well, I'm sure Dreiser thinks he can control the whole world like that. The scary thing is he might be right.
Who's in charge of it all?
Ostensibly, it's under the Defense Department, but I don't know how much sway they really have. A couple of them got spooked and tried to pull a plug a few months ago, then promptly died by apparent suicide. And maybe the president is calling the shots. Maybe he's under the rate like everyone else. And the closest thing to a leader the project had was Dreiser, and he was more mad scientist than anything else. But you're already well acquainted with him, I believe.
The man in the bowler hat.
Bingo. He's a real ruthless SOB. The thought of a man who loves power that much being given a blank check for it frightens me more than anything about this whole situation.
I stared out the window. I'd been too scared to ask the real question. So, if it's a 3-phase operation, what's phase 3? Lafarge shook his head.
Whatever it is, it's big. The largest wing of the facility was behind a door marked Phase 3 Development. Dreiser was the only one I ever saw go in or out of there. There were whispers and rumors, but no one had any idea what he was doing. All I know is that if Phase 2 is already being implemented, Phase 3 must be nearing completion.
We pulled off the road onto a long gravel driveway leading to a tiny cabin deep in the woods. Lafarge shifted the car into park.
Listen, I know there's a lot to take in. I know it seems like you've set yourself against overwhelming forces, but they aren't invincible. There are weaknesses. They've made the Ray a handheld, but the trade-off is that its signal is weak. They have to be near you for it to work, and that limits its effectiveness. And there's the bill. I had to dig up a lot of old biochem knowledge to create it, but it seems to work. If we can figure out a way to mass produce it and get it to the public, then we can turn the tables. And, most importantly, we have the truth on our side. It was the only thing that kept Brian going. The fact that he was shining a light into the darkness. When he told me he was going to try to bring you to the rendezvous, I knew he must have seen something in you. Something that told him you would devote yourself to doing the right thing. He trusted you, so I trust you.
He opened the door.
So come on. We have a lot of work to do.
That was a few weeks ago. Since then, we've been hard at work, improving the formula for the pill and spreading the word to whoever will listen. And we've been on the move, staying at the various safe houses Lafarge has scattered across the country. There have been a couple close calls, but we've managed to stay ahead of them. I'm sure most of you think I'm crazy, but I wrote this to get the truth out there. There are still lots of unanswered questions, chief among them the nature of Phase 3, but I'll continue to update as we uncover more information. I'm sitting here now waiting for Lafarge to get back from town with supplies. It's been a tremendous weight off my shoulders to tell all this to you guys. I feel less alone knowing that there are others out there who share this burden of knowledge. Maybe some of you will help us resist. Help us start the ripple that will become the tsunami strong enough to defeat the whole operation. And it's strange. I'm looking out my window at the trees, and even though I know full well what we're up against, I feel strangely hopeful. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to turn things around. That we'll spark a movement too big for them to control. That we'll be able to wake the people up and tell them the truth. No. No, lights outside, there's a helicopter, voices, soldiers breaking glass, no. Bowler, they found me. God, dear Jesus, God, help me. They found me. Operation Stingray, Part 5. Phase 3.
The truck ground to a halt.
Home sweet home, maggot.
A gun butt jammed into my bruised ribs and I fell out onto the pavement. Blood and mucus ran down my mouth and I spat between clenched teeth. The inside of the hood smelled like rotten meat, like I was in my own little world of death.
On your feet.
Gloved hand squeezed my broken collarbone and hoisted me to stand. I wheezed and hacked up something that tasted like rusty iron. I shuffled along the pavement, the shackles on my swollen ankles and wrists only giving me a few inches of movement. There was a hole in the hood and I could see a few things. Bright lights, guard towers, armed soldiers with dogs. 50 feet in front of me, the man in the bowler hat walked through a large set of double doors. The doors opened as he stepped through and the guards inside saluted him. The gun butt struck me again and I picked up the pace. As I walked through the double doors, I could read what was printed on them. DRS-117. I stood naked in a fluorescent room while a guard sprayed me down with freezing water. He turned the hose off and laughed at my shivering form.
Rat in the sewer.
Then he tossed me an orange jumpsuit. I was led to a cell the size of a closet and shoved inside. The heavy door slammed shut and I looked around. The room was completely bare save for a stone toilet in the corner and 4 surveillance domes in the ceiling. I sat on the cold metal floor and put my head between my knees.
No sitting,
a voice said from somewhere, and a jolt of pain seized my body. Electrical current ran through the floor and I struggled back to my feet. I stood, paced, stood again for what must have been several hours. I tried to lean against the wall, but the floor zapped me again. My feet were numb. I staggered and swayed and fought to keep my balance. Finally, my legs gave out and I collapsed onto the ground. I braced myself for the pain. The door opened.
He wants to see you.
2 guards led me through a maze of brightly lit corridors. Men in lab coats and military uniforms hustled to and fro throughout the facility. When they passed me, their eyes would dart downward, avoiding my gaze. We came to a long hallway with a door at the very end. As we approached, I saw another man in orange step out, flanked by his own set of guards. And my vision was blurry and distorted, but there was something familiar about him. I squinted and focused as he drew nearer. Brian.
Oh my God, Brian, are you okay?
I shouted as we passed each other. His head lifted and I got a good look at him. His face was sunken and hollow, covered in bruises and fresh scars. His lips were white and cracked and part of his ear had been torn off. But it was his eyes that frightened me. Dark and empty, the soulless eyes of a man being broken apart. He looked through me instead of at me, and then turned his head back down. The guards pushed me forward. We entered a tiny room and I was strapped to a metal chair. The man in the bowler hat stood with his back to me, facing the wall. There was a long silence. The human animal is a remarkable creature, not for his inventiveness, or his reason, or his ingenuity, or any of the other fabricated qualities for which he congratulates himself. No, the human animal is remarkable for one reason and one reason only. His sheer capacity to delude himself. Specifically, his ability to pretend that he is not an animal. He imagines that he is above the natural world, separate from it. He creates a fiction of laws and morality to convince himself that he is a being closer to the gods than to the filthy earth. But man is not made of air. He is made of meat, and he screams when that meat is torn from him. He cowers when threatened and groans when beaten. Man is an animal like any other, and there is only one law that governs animals. The right of the strong to rule over the weak. He turned around. His pale, wrinkled face would look frail
if not for the crazed fire behind his eyes.
You've caused a lot of trouble for us, young man. I don't like to have my time wasted, and you've wasted a lot of it.
Where's Lafarge? He smiled.
Lafarge never stopped working for us. He just stopped drawing a paycheck. His task was to find weaknesses in the operation, and he performed it admirably, even if he didn't realize it was helping us. Once we know how the pill functions, we'll be able to develop the next generation of Stingrays. Nothing can keep us out of your heads. Of course, we still have some research to do, but we will learn all that we need to when we dissect his brain.
I struggled to free myself from the chair, but the straps held me tight. You son of a bitch!
He stepped toward me and studied my face.
Please, call me Dreiser. You and I are going to be working very closely in the coming days. The pill's effects are still protecting you, but that's just as well. I'm going to be doing this the old-fashioned way.
He gestured to one of the guards and took a rubber club from him. He raised it above his head and
Smashed it into my left hand. Bones splintered and white veins shot up my arm. I clenched my jaw. I wasn't gonna scream. He struck me across the mouth and teeth clattered on the stone floor. He struck my knee and a crack reverberated up my thigh. But I gave him nothing.
I panted hard.
That all you got? Excellent. Truly excellent. I knew there was something special about you.
He gestured to the guards.
That's all for now. Take him away.
The guard lifted me up. I hobbled to the door. As we left the room, Dreiser called to the guards.
Send his friend back in for another session.
Electric pain jolted me awake. I'd passed out, though I wasn't sure for how long. I scrambled back to my feet as the guards entered to carry me away again. They laid me on a metal table with straps holding me secure. Dreiser sat next to me, softly running a hand through my hair. He held a handkerchief to his mouth and coughed into it for several seconds.
Phase 1 was the most difficult. The science was years behind where we needed it, and the most brilliant minds on the subject weren't exactly enthusiastic about the goals of the project. Nowadays, we can point the ray at them and make them do what we want. But back then, we had to use more traditional methods.
He dipped a small needle into a dish of clear liquid and inserted it into my arm.
Fire erupted into my veins and my whole body burned with blinding agony. My hands dug at the table until my fingernails cracked. After an eternity of screaming anguish, the pain subsided.
Phase 2 was relatively simple by comparison. Our first field agents were experts in human psychology, but we soon learned that was unnecessary. As I said, humans are animals. When they're hungry, they eat. When they're scared, they run. When they're angry, they kill. If you know what buttons to press, you can make them do Whatever you like. Stimulus, he said as he held up another needle. Response.
He inserted it into my arm, and I felt barbed wire in my veins again. My vision darkened around the edges, and the room started to float away. I thought I was dying, until cold water splashed on my face, bringing me back to reality.
No, we didn't need experts. We only needed men with the strength to pull the trigger.
Of course, the project was still far from complete.
There remained the possibility of a mass movement
Too large for us to control.
The same problem that confounded leaders
From Caesar onward still plagued us. How do you break the mob's will once and for all?
We were determined to press
Onward until we had solved the final equation of history.
My lips moved in a breathless whisper. Dressler leaned in and pressed his ear to my mouth as I struggled to make a sound. At last, I was able to force out a few choked words.
What is phase 3?
Dreiser laughed as he prepared another needle. My mind floated back from an unconscious void, and I slowly regained my senses. I was strapped into a chair again, sitting under a pool of light in an otherwise dark room. As the fog lifted, I became dimly aware of the presence of another person in the room with me. "I'm sorry, baby." My head shot up. "Lindsay! Lindsay, where are you?" She hobbled forward into the circle of light. Her head was shaved bald, and a jagged scar ran over her scalp. Her arm was in a cast, and her left foot was twisted and bent. "Oh, Jesus, Lindsay. Please believe me, I never wanted to hurt you. Dreiser, that fucking monster, he's doing it. He's doing all of it. Oh, God, Lindsay, I'm so happy you're alive." She moved closer. Her eyes were soft and sad, and she gently touched my cheek. "I'm so sorry." No, it's okay, Lindsay. I'm sorry, too. I know it wasn't really you. I know that Dreiser was the one who... She shook her head. "No, baby. I'm sorry that I don't love you anymore." "What?" Dreiser stepped in from the shadows.
"There's nothing you have that we cannot take from you. Do you understand? Everything you own, everyone you love, even the things inside your own head are ours to take or leave as we choose."
He ran a finger down the nape of her neck. She closed her eyes and moaned softly.
"I will take things from you as long as you fight me. I will strip you down to nothing if I have to. I will carve you down until I find your soul, and I will smash it to bits. And then, when you are completely hollow, I will have a final task for you."
His spotted hands ran up her arms and she sighed. I shook my head. "Lindsay, listen to me. You have to fight it. It's not you right now. He's inside your head. He's making you do things you don't want to do." Dreiser smiled at me as he unzipped her dress.
"She certainly looks like she wants to, doesn't she?"
He made me watch. I stood in my cell. He's trying to break me, I thought. He doesn't want information even if I had any to give. No, He wants to conquer my mind. And he wants to do it without the ray. He wants to reduce me to a simpering puddle, and when I am kissing his feet and pleading for mercy, only then will he kill me. Well, I'm not going to let that happen. He can torture me to the brink of death, and with my last ounce of strength, I will spit in his fucking face. If he kills me, he'll do it knowing that I defied him to the end. And if I can do it, others can too.
We're the same, you and I,
Dreiser said, pushing me down the corridors in a wheelchair. I'm nothing like you.
Really? Mind control isn't new. Organizations all over the world have been practicing it for centuries. Well, albeit in a primitive form. Psychological warfare, brainwashing, propaganda. And you, my boy, are a born propagandist. Or do you think we hadn't seen this?
He handed me a tablet with a web browser open. I looked at the top of the page. Operation Stingray is in effect. God help us.
It was really quite amusing. You published your story for the public to read, believing that you were striking a grand blow for freedom. You thought you could galvanize your readers to action and spark a mass movement to overthrow us. You believed you would change the world.
He turned a corner and wheeled me down a long hallway. At the end was a giant steel door flanked by 2 armed guards. Printed on the door in huge, bold letters were the words, Phase 3 Development.
It's time for you to see something.
The doors opened and we entered a massive, dome-shaped room with a raised dais in the center. The dais had a semicircle of keyboards and control panels around it. I looked around and saw that the inner surface of the dome was covered in hundreds of dark monitor screens. Dreiser stepped onto the dais and tapped a key. The monitors lit up. It showed a young woman looking into the screen, applying makeup. A female voice was speaking softly. She spoke in rapid, broken sentence fragments, and she talked about her classes, her mother, the laundry, and a television show all simultaneously. The image was odd. It was clear in the center, but fuzzy on the edges. It flickered dark every few seconds. Suddenly, it panned downward to show a bathroom sink. A hand picked up a tube of lipstick and the image flickered back upward. The woman began applying the lipstick. I realized she was looking into a bathroom mirror. Was she wearing a camera somehow? It was almost as though I was looking through her. I realized what I was seeing. Dreiser grinned.
The first generation of Stingrays were quite limited. They allowed us to transmit commands and little else. But the newest versions are wonders of technological innovation. Now, not only can we transmit whatever we like, but we can observe and manipulate all brain activity as well.
He typed a command into the keyboard. The woman looked into the mirror and her expression hardened. Her inner voice became grim and anguished. She said she hated herself. Her life was painful and meaningless. She would always be alone. The woman's face twisted and a film of moisture distorted the image. She looked at a razor blade. She picked it up slowly with trembling fingers and held it to her wrist.
Imagine,
Dreiser said as the monitor faded to white.
Stingray antennas covering every inch of the globe. Imagine countless minds at our disposal, ready and willing to perform whatever task we choose.
Imagine wielding complete omniscience and omnipotence over all of humanity from this very platform. What is Phase 3? My dear boy, Phase 3 is nothing less than the power of God. He touched a key and the entire dome of monitors lit up. I looked through the eyes of people all over the world. A man shopping in a crowded market. A doctor performing an operation. A woman bicycling down a desert trail, a fighter pilot in the skies, an infant laying in a crib. You believe that you can lead the people in a revolution against us. Tell me, what will you do when we have 6 billion cameras showing us everything we need to see? When every living creature serves us, and their thoughts become tools we use to enforce our will. What will you do when we delete the word resistance from human memory with but a keystroke? I stood in a white room. The world was thick and distorted, like I was underwater. Was I dreaming? Brian sat on the floor near the opposite wall. His head was down and his hands clutched the back of his neck. I called to him, but the sound was lost in the curdled air. I ran to him, slow motion, body heavy and aching. I called again. I needed to warn him about Phase 3 and the danger facing the world. I finally reached him and he looked up. His eyes were completely black, and his face was a grimace of fear and pain. He shrieked like a frightened animal and he bounded away on all fours. He cowered in the corner of the room and screamed. Dreiser's voice whispered in my ear, "Animals." I walked to Brian and begged him to snap out of it. I searched his eyes for any trace of understanding or intelligence, any trace of my best friend. But his eyes held nothing but primal fear, the unthinking look of a beast in danger. The look in his eyes was like a claw hammer to my heart. He had been broken. He was gone. "You are alone." I sank down to the floor. Yes, I was alone. Totally, helplessly alone. Dreiser was right. He had taken everything from me. Everyone I cared about. Every hope I had. Everything. No, not everything. I had one thing left. I had the rage that burned in my chest when I thought of his face. I had the image of his bloodied corpse that hung in my mind's eye like a Mandela. I had my hate. I would find a way, somehow, to get my revenge on him. And if I couldn't, then I would kill him every time I closed my eyes. That was the one thing he couldn't take from me. The one thing that would be mine forever. We've reached the end of our time together. We sat across from each other, separated by a small metal table. My body was weak and quivering, but I forced myself to hold his gaze. He coughed and hacked into a handkerchief, and when he pulled it away from his mouth, I could see a reddish goo inside it. "I cannot break you. I have tried everything at my disposal. But still, you defy me. The others have broken. Your lover, your friend. Even Lafarge begged for his life in the end. But no matter what I do to you, it only hardens your resolve.
I can see in your eyes that your fury cannot be extinguished. It sustains you. It keeps you whole. He leaned forward. But anger is a lie, my boy. It makes you feel strong in moments when you are most weak. No, it's time for you to learn something about the true nature of power.
He pulled a gun from his hip and placed it under the table. I laughed in spite of my aching ribs. That's it. You're gonna kill me. Oh, be my fucking guest. But do it knowing that you couldn't beat me, you bastard. Dreiser grinned and shook his head. Oh, you misunderstand me, son. This isn't an execution. This is a job interview. He stood up and walked over to me. He unfastened the straps on my arms and he sat back down. The human animal is weak. Weak of body, weak of mind, and above all, weak of will. He tells himself fairy tales about the indomitable strength of the human spirit, because in his heart he is ashamed of his weakness. He knows that he will crumble if placed under the slightest bit of pressure. I lifted my shaking hands from the straps and rubbed my wrist. But you, my boy, you are different. I saw potential in you from the very beginning. A fighter's spirit. A fierce survival instinct. An iron will that can withstand any attempt to destroy it. I placed my hands on the table. Just the kinds of qualities I've been looking for in my replacement. I looked at the gun. I'm old. This line of work takes its toll over time, and I don't have it in me to see Phase 3 to completion. We are on the cusp of a new day in history, and we need a leader with the strength to pull the species forward triumphantly into the glory that awaits. I touched the gun with a trembling hand. The parasites in this facility are worthless. Yes men and bureaucrats. Spineless worms who couldn't wield true power without a memorandum telling them how to do it. No, we need a god king. A pharaoh. Someone with the vision and the will to reign over the churning masses like Poseidon over the seas. I felt the gunmetal warm to my touch. Someone who knows how to kill without mercy. I closed my hand around the grip. All great men have a virtue they cling to above all others. For some, it is honor. For some, it is love. For you, it is vengeance. You will be the god of the old
testament, raining punishment upon the wicked in cleansing fire. Your hate will light the way. I lifted the gun. It feels good, doesn't it? The power. Imagine wielding this kind of power over billions. That is your destiny, my boy. That is what awaits you. I touched the barrel of the gun to his forehead. Yes, that's it. I remember now. I remember the first real taste of power I held over another human being. I cocked the hammer back. I had that exact look that you have now. My hand was steady and calm. That very same look. Go. It's amazing what a shower, a shave, and a filet mignon can do for your outlook on life. I looked up from the Phase 3 control dais at the dark world of monitors. I reached my bandaged hand to the controls. The doctors had patched me up and injected me with something to take care of the pain in my broken body. I had thrown them in the prisons afterward along with half the facility. Anyone who so much as looked at me while I was in custody would be getting an important lesson about loyalty. Technicians were working on Brian and Lindsay, trying to reconstruct their minds from the mush that Dreiser had reduced them to. They were making progress, though it would be a while before they were at full mental capacity. They asked me if I wanted them back as they were, or if I wanted to make any improvements. Mostly as they were. Maybe make Brian a little less caustic and give Lindsay more of a sense of humor. And they both should probably lose any negative associations they might have with the project now that things have changed. I touched the control panel and the monitors lit up. Dreiser was wrong. I would prove that. Phase 3 is an incredible tool. A tool that could be used for the betterment of all humanity. I could end war, poverty, and suffering for all time. I could lead us into a paradise, a perfect world free from want or fear or death, or any thoughts that could even cause pain. Dreiser wanted to use it for evil, but I would change the world for the better. No, he was wrong. I am nothing like him. Nothing at all. I looked at the monitors. A world of minds ready and waiting to receive my input. I looked all around me. And I smiled.
A skipping record. I've seen the end, seen the end, seen the end, seen the end. By I have seen the end. Narrated by Jesse Cornett. Hello. Now, I've written this countless times. These same exact words. It doesn't ever change. I suppose my internal awareness of the situation I find myself in grows deeper with every iteration. But on a physical surface level, There's nothing I can do to change it. There's nothing I can do to change any of it. I know it's coming because I've lived this over and over and over and over again. I can't recall the first time. It's happened so many times that this has become my life now. Repeating a series of painful events. Oh, it's going to affect you too. It's going to affect all of you. I have seen the end. I have lived it over and over and over again. Every time I find myself looking for signs, for a possibility that I've escaped it, that I have progressed into an alternate timeline of reality that avoids the tragedy we are all about to go through. But it's always the same. Let me start over. When I was 4 years old, I became very much aware of memories that I possessed my entire life. Only until that point in time, they just sat in the corner of my mind, like a vague feeling. They were always there, I just never really paid much attention to them. But at 4, I did. I remember clearly, which may be bizarre to some, but in my life, it's quite the norm. The first memory I have is being a Native American warrior, running down a narrow dirt path in the middle of the woods. I fall into a spike-filled hole in the ground. The spikes penetrate my legs, chest, and shoulders. I feel my lungs fill with blood. I remember the panic and pure terror when I realized there was no way out of this. That this moment was my last, and there was nothing I could do. The next memory I have was of being an old woman, walking along the beachside with my husband. We're deeply in love, and I just feel calm, peaceful, blissful, in love, and very much loved. Everything just feels fantastic. Nothing is wrong. We walk back to a small beachside cabin we are staying in. And I remember listening to Kokomo by the Beach Boys in the cabin's small kitchen. A big, oversized, round, turquoise refrigerator looms behind us. I'm not sure why, but the detail about the fridge always stuck out to me in this memory. It has no real importance, I suppose. Anyways, my husband and I lay down in a bed. The memory ends there. This memory in particular haunts me because of that blissful feeling that I once had. As an old woman so deeply in love with and so deeply loved by her husband. My life now is so far from that. I yearn for it. I miss it. I fear I'll never know that in my lifetime. Well, I know I'll never know it in my lifetime. My next memory is of being a blue baby on a kitchen floor in the middle of what I guess is a party of some kind. Adults in fancy clothes stand in a circle around me, panicking about what to do while I struggle to breathe. Confused. Obviously, what I'm getting at here is that I could remember past lives. These memories haven't left me. Maybe they were just a 4-year-old's dream, but they felt pretty damn real to me. Along with this, I have had several close calls with death during this lifetime. Times when I should have died but didn't. Times when I swear I did die. Almost getting hit by cars, falling off of roofs. Lots of times that I shouldn't have made it. In the 7th grade, I skateboarded down a steep road and got slammed by a car coming up said road. I was flung 50 feet. The car looked like it hit a tree. The cops said the car must have been doing at least 60 miles per hour up that road, and that I was an idiot for Tony hawking it down that concrete slide. And I walked away without a scratch. These close calls with death always made me feel slightly odd afterwards. The world around me would feel different. It would smell different. I couldn't put my finger on it. Not until this year. But before I get to that, let me back up about 2 years. So I met this girl. We worked together. I developed a deep crush on her. She was my dream girl. My soul felt strangely at peace when I was around her, and I felt a deep, deep connection to her just by looking into her eyes. We became friends, and about a year later, I eventually worked up the nerve to ask her out. We began dating, and it was wonderful. We fell deeply in love and carried on a relationship for 2 years. This year, out of the blue, she breaks up with me.
You have received a text message.
Not even in person or even on the phone, but by the worst way possible. Text messaging. Yeah, I know. She refused to talk to me about it. I haven't seen or heard from her since. I fell into a deep, deep depression. I remember making the conscious decision to kill myself. Every day I woke up and I missed her more and more, and the pain just grew deeper. I tried everything to get over her, but nothing worked. Friends told me I needed to let her go and move on. I couldn't. And after a few months of missing her deeply, I knew what I was going to do. And I remember all of this. My grandmother has high blood pressure and she needs to take medication to slow down her heart rate. And I knew where she kept the pills. I knew how strong they were. I knew they would do the trick. But I wasn't fucking around either. I didn't want to live anymore. I didn't want to wake up to find my bedroom covered in puke and me still alive. I got myself a bottle of vodka. I got myself a razor and a belt. I stole my grandmother's pills. I had this poster on my wall, my favorite band ever, the United Red. I was able to tie my belt up to a beam on the ceiling, and I put it around my neck in front of this poster. I stood on my bed. I drank the vodka, and I took pill after pill. And I finished the bottle of vodka, and I finished the bottle of pills. I remember this clearly. And I began to feel my heart slow down. I was drunk and now hallucinating from the drug overdose. I pulled out my razor and began slashing at my left wrist. I remember slashing too deep and thinking I cut a tendon as I couldn't move my left hand. It just went limp. I remember my legs beginning to get weak. I remember everything starting to fade out. The last thing I remember is the belt beginning to tighten around my neck as I was no longer standing on my bed. Then, just blackness. Then I woke up. No belt, no scars or cuts in my wrist. There was an empty bottle of vodka. I had a headache. I couldn't find the pills anywhere. I had no idea what happened. I had the strangest feeling of deja vu. Behind me, the United Red poster was gone, and in its place was a Beatles Abbey Road poster. What? Everything felt different. Just like with all of my other near-death experiences, it all felt different. My house smelled different. You know how you go to somebody's house and it has its own smell that the occupants are used to and immune to, but you can smell it? That's what it was like living in my house now. Like I was a stranger. My house's smell was strong and apparent, and for some reason it drove me crazy. I hated it. I began to look up the United Red, like I said, my favorite band, on the internet, and it was as if they never existed. Ever. I couldn't find any information on them. No records to buy, no tour dates, no website, no t-shirts or other merchandise you'd expect a band to have. No YouTube videos. No torrents of albums to download. Nothing. I can still remember their songs clearly in my head, but it was suddenly like they never existed. What? For some reason, I get hit with a massive amount of deja vu, like I've done this before. Because I had. Oh, my depression carried on after that, and I fell into a pattern of abusing alcohol and other substances. I went on a bender one weekend with a good friend of mine. We drank 2 handles of really bad, cheap whiskey one night. We woke up drunk the next morning and drank another handle of whiskey at a friend's house, who we would play music and jam with. We were trying to start a band, but we'd always just end up jamming out random songs. We killed that other handle of whiskey before leaving this friend's house. He advised us not to go, as we were both blackout drunk and shouldn't have been driving, but we left anyways. We left for our favorite bar. And I don't remember the ride there, and I don't remember walking in. I just remember suddenly realizing I'm sitting at a table at this bar and my head hurts. The world felt different. The bar smelled different than it usually did. I'm so out of it that I don't think I can talk to anyone. I'm beyond drunk. I decide to go to the bathroom. I puked my brains out as soon as I walked in. And I immediately felt better. Still drunk. But better. We ordered a couple of pitchers of beer when I noticed a new bartender working.
A couple of pitchers over here. Yes, Woody, come on, bring a couple of pitchers. Thanks.
We go to this bar all the time. We are friends with the owner and all the bartenders, so we pretty much know everyone who works here. And they know us. This new girl was blonde and really attractive. I would have definitely noticed her before. Before long, she came over to our table to greet us. I asked her when she started working there, and she tells me, "I've been working here for 2 years. You don't remember me? I remember you guys." My friend and I just looked at each other and played along. She eventually left. I'm not sure what to think anymore. The United Red suddenly didn't exist, and now there was a new bartender who says she's always been there at my favorite bar. Over the next couple of days, I researched some things on the internet, trying to get some answers. I don't even really know where to begin, but then I find a posting about the Berenstain Bears. And I loved them as a kid. I owned every book. I watched the TV show, and I especially remember the Christmas special, as that was a holiday staple in my house growing up. This posting, however, called them the Berenstain Bears, not the Berenstain Bears. The post begins talking about switching timelines. It talks about how if you're seeing Berenstain, you're in a timeline of lost souls. It all hits me. I've done this before. Berenstain Bears jogged my memory. And I was reminded of what happens next. I had no choice but to ride it out. Conflicts escalate with Russia and the Ukraine.
The Cold War happening right now in Ukraine, where there are now reports Russian troops have moved into Ukraine and Crimea. Specifically, only moments ago, the President of the United States, unscheduled, went into the White House briefing room to issue a strong warning to Russia.
The Middle East is going to hell as a radical Islamic group known as ISIS is making threats and cutting people's heads off.
Don't conform with their puritanical brand of Islam, forcing everyone, Muslims, Christians they conquer, to convert to radicalism or die.
Robin Williams kills himself.
News coming to us from the Reuters and AFP news agency that the US actor comedian Robin Williams has died at the age of 63. The California Sheriff's Department in Marin County are saying that the actor has died from apparent suicide. That is all the...
There are civil wars happening in the cities in the USA over race issues.
This is the police department. You are violating a state-imposed curfew. You must continue to disperse peacefully, or you will be subject to arrest.
Meanwhile, Ebola and other diseases begin to spread.
The Ebola virus has killed more than 1,000 people, most in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Guinea. There's now been a third death.
I've lived it all before. I've seen it all before. I knew it was going to happen. There was nothing I could do. I lived it thousands of times before. I know what happens. My life had somehow become a skipping record where I live out the end of the world over and over and over again. I've written this to all of you countless times. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with all those strange near-death experiences or switching timelines or anything like that. What I do know is that we are going to invade Iraq. We are also going to go into Ukraine to help defend them from Russia. This is where everything goes to hell. Russia attacks the United States. Our military is split between the Ukraine, Iraq, and the streets of random cities across our country. It's a losing battle. Soon, small terror sects that are in the United States become active, whether they be ISIS or whoever. I'm not sure. It begins with small bombings and random murders in our backyards. There's nothing we can do about it. Civil war grows. A cop kills a black kid or something like that, and it all blows up. We are fighting ourselves. Ebola reaches the United States and Europe. It's killing people off and spreading at a growing rate. We get bombed repeatedly. Chicago, strangely, and New York are hit first. Then Washington.
At the Pentagon, where there is a significant fire. Chris, you're on the phone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Tell me what you know.
Well, arriving at the Pentagon a short time ago, there was a huge plume of smoke which continues to rise from the west side of the Pentagon. Over in the area where
some of the bombings are done by plane and some are suicide bombings. It seems as though we're getting hit by multiple different groups at the same time. Ebola continues to spread and wipe people out. People don't leave the house anymore. Why would you? We all live in fear. A mini nuke goes off in a van outside the John Hancock building in Boston, affecting Boston and surrounding suburbs.
No-fly zone. We also know from what is being reported that the Boston Police Department has asked everybody in the area not to use their cell phones.
Are likely a terrorist attack, twin blasts, killing at least 2 and leaving dozens more injured. Shortly after that, a third explosion rocked the Boston John F. Kennedy Library. No one there was harmed. A Saudi man has been detained in the
I sit at home watching it unfold on the television and on the internet while we still have it. But we won't have it for long. ISIS militants have taken to the streets in several U.S. cities, entering people's homes, murdering, killing, decapitating. It's pure mayhem. Nobody knows what to do. The last thing that gets reported is that a nuclear bomb is set off somewhere in China, and most people point the finger at North Korea. Why? I have no idea. But we all lose power soon after that. Obviously not from the bomb going off in China. My neighbor proposes a theory that an EMP was set off. But who really knows? All I know is that one day, everything just goes dark. And we don't get the television or internet or power back again. It's in the winter. We start cutting down trees outside of my house in order to burn them and stay warm. We board up the windows and the doors. We stay inside and pray that food will last until all of this is over. The part that I already know is that it's never going to go back to normal. We lose. I die. My family dies. You die. Your family dies. This is the end of it all, and there is nothing anyone can do. The tensions in the world erupted in pure violence and death. The power going out is always the scariest part for everyone because we just don't know what's happening out in the world anymore. It's silent for days, weeks even. But then a day comes when I can just hear the crackles of gunfire in the distance. The bassy rumble of explosions going off miles away. My family and I don't know whether or not to stay put or leave. We don't know where we'd go. We don't know what's happening out there. Smoke fills the skies in the distance. Each day the noises of chaos get louder. Each day they get closer. We just pray that they don't come here. But we know it's too late. The cracks and explosions get louder and louder. Then comes the day. I am upstairs in my room when I hear the door downstairs get kicked open. I hear the shouting, and I make it downstairs just in time to see my mother get shot and killed by several unknown troops with bandanas covering their faces. I have no idea who they are. Out of my window, I can see lines of other troops walking up and down the streets, entering other houses doing the same thing. I am terrified each time. Every time I live this out, I am terrified. I put my arms up in the air to show I'm not a threat. They kick out my knees and put me down on the ground. My grandmother enters the room after this and she is crying. That's the last thing I remember before feeling the knife enter into my neck. I feel most of it. The wetness of the blood rushing out. The panic. The wanting it to stop. The desperate last-minute grasp at some sort of hope. But there is none. They cut through my throat. I hear another language being screamed at me before it all went black. I couldn't understand. My last moment was one of intense pain, panic, confusion, and desperation. And then I wake up.
You have received a text message.
To a text message from the love of my life. And she's breaking up with me. And I relive it all over and 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 over again. There's no stopping it. There's no way out. Is this my punishment for suicide? Is this my personal hell? I don't know. I want it to end. I couldn't tell you how many times I've written this to you all.
The sharp click of a switch and a whir of static on an old multi-band radio. saturated a small, Floridian claustrophobic one-bedroom apartment with a loud audio gradients, crawling from low to high back to low pitches of frequency. In a knee-jerk reaction, the buzzing acoustic annoyance was reduced instantly in an effort to remain covert. The man's cautious tap into the microphone receiver button was followed by a meek and cautious greeting. "Hello?" whispered Elijah Jackson. More static variations and the knob is twisted, and then stops, as a clear response is heard after a few seconds.
"Hello? Elijah, is that you? How are you holding up?"
responded Joe Cunningham. "Joe, hello, hello, I'm okay. Damn hungry, but okay, what else is new? Not sleeping well, which is probably worse, but how are you doing?" Elijah finished his last question in a hushed tone.
"Same,"
Joe replied.
"Can't walk well anymore. That gash from the fire escape never really healed, and I'm out of the fresh dressings for it. Got no towels left. That's never good. Not sure what I was thinking when I tried to get up there. I'll do another roam around the building if I feel safe and strong enough, but this wound isn't healing well. Kinda stinks, to be honest. It's a bullseye scent."
Joe had celebrated his 52nd birthday recently, but lost track of time a long time ago. He rubbed his leg over his partially healed wound, while the static began its routine white noise, working to shut down their conversation momentarily before clearing up and allowing an open channel again.
"So I'll try to make a run in the morning. Hobble, across the parking lot to D Block. I can see a window open, but those curtains fluttering out of the window freak me out a bit. Hopefully I'll find something. Certainly some towels or sheets or some food. If I'm lucky, somebody left behind a bottle of whiskey or a gun. Bullets, at least. I need to scout around for a generator also. My Jenny here is on its last legs."
Joe finished. "If I weren't miles away, Joe, I'd help you," added Elijah. "You know I would. I'd keep an eye out. I'd watch your back, my friend. Be careful. That wound, if it hasn't healed, well, you know. Hey, man, I wish you'd reconsider. Give it some time and I can find a way to meet up with you. 2 heads better than 1 and all that."
"Oh, Eli. Yeah, I know. I appreciate that, brother. I'll wrap up my leg. I gotta go, though. You know I do, even if I risk them catching my scent. I'll wrap the wound good."
Joe exhales in a long, sustained breath.
Damned if I do and damned if I don't. It's infected. The longer it stays infected, the more chance that I'll lose it soon. Or worse. And I'm not much for cutting off a dead leg with a steak knife and watching myself slowly bleed to death. I need supplies, that's all. Medicine, clean towels, maybe some isopropyl or Jack Daniels. It'll be fine. I'll be careful. About 9 hours the first light. I'll try to go then. Not now. Not in the dark. No way in.
Joe stops speaking suddenly and listens. "Joe!" whispers Eli. "Shh."
"1 second, Eli."
Joe abruptly interrupts. Joe and Eli wait a moment for the ruckus to cease, then continue in hushed tones.
"Sorry. I thought I heard. It's nothing."
With concern, Elijah interrupted. "What is it? You okay?"
Yeah, fine. Probably just some of those bastards rummaging for scraps a good deal away from here. It's nothing to worry about."
Joe trails off. Joe momentarily silent again for one last listen, Silence beyond.
Right. Okay. Where were we? Have you heard anything from that lady, that mom and her kid?
Joe added with some concern.
I heard her for a moment earlier this morning. We made it through a good 2 or 3 minutes before I lost her. She said they were okay.
Elijah explained, then with some concern added.
She sounded a bit erratic, but then the damn white noise took over. She got cut off, I guess. I lost her. Tried to get her back, but I wasn't able. I hope she really is okay,
Eli explained and continued.
This guy across the parking lot from me in the other compound in one of the top floor suites, Moses is his name. Used to see him in the mall sometimes. Seemed like a nice guy. I haven't heard from him in a while. We exchanged messages for a short time, followed by only a thumbs up to ensure we both weren't alone. He finally scavenged himself a radio from the circuit store at the strip mall a few blocks away, he told me, but we finally got to stay in touch. Said it saved his life. For a long time, he was really helping me out with leaving food outside in the cooler. He had a big place and kept more than he could use, and his lights are still on, but I haven't seen him. He's a good guy. Came here with his wife a few years ago, he said. She was lost some time ago. I don't know. I bumped into him a few times in the dog park and at the store before all of this. I really hope he's okay. I think he mentioned during the last time we met that his father was coming in from Kenya to stay with him, but then Moses vanished from comms about a month ago.
Elijah finished.
Keep listening, Eli. Would be nice if we could find a way to combine our efforts for the run. I can't do this myself. I've been lucky so far, but won't be for much longer. I just don't have the strength no more.
Joe lamented.
I wish you were closer, Eli.
Joe concluded in a depressing tone.
Please, remember my offer. We need to make a run for my boat. The Bay Buccaneer is still in the harbor. This boat is tough as nails, and I know it's still in good shape. I have a cabin full of canned goods and lots of bottled water and some beautiful whiskey. We can make a run for it, if you can somehow get to me. That big 30-footer sitting in the Key 12C. It waits for us, Eli. Should have a day or two fuel left in it. Enough to get us far from here and into the Northern Island safe zone, where they have tamped down on this.
Joe explained.
I know. How wonderful this would be,
Elijah said weakly.
I don't think it's crazy to think that we can someday bridge this gap, and maybe if this thing ends or calms down, we can get together and look out for each other. Nobody else will.
Elijah agreed, but cautioned.
May not have that time, Joe. We may need to take a chance and move sooner than later.
A shocking, sudden screech was then faintly heard in the distance beyond Joe's radio, audible enough to send their hearts racing.
Jesus, Joe!
Eli rushed into his microphone.
Was that close?
Yeah, it sounded like it. That was a few blocks away, I think. Hey, man, signing out now.
Joe added.
I need to start some silence for the evening, lock down, get some sleep. If I make the run alone tomorrow, I'll let you know when I return. I'll give you a shout.
Please do. Take it easy, Joe. Get some rest.
Elijah concluded, while tapping on his equipment in a comforting gesture meant for his friend afar.
Sure thing. Good night, buddy. Give a little hello to Tess for me. Oh, and Eli, if something happens...
Stop it, Joe. Nothing will happen. Just be safe. For the love of God, just be cautious.
Eli scorned.
Well, just saying. You know where my boat is, and where the keys are. If anything happens, get to it. It's not getting better out there.
Joe added, before he whispered a goodbye to his old friend. Elijah, a man of just over 60 years old, flips his radio two-way switch. He has a mechanical scan across and around his dark little desk in his dark little room and grabs a scummy glass, pours a bit of cheap newly acquired scotch, takes a sip and scowls from the horrible burn that you can only get from the kind of paint that you're forced to acquire, and the fact it was left unopened and unrecognizable by name predicted a burning esophagus and the guarantee of some nausea. Elijah stands up slowly, with another toxic Scotch utterance, and stretches out his sore back and walks over to a small cage on top of a dresser, taps it a couple of times, forcing an emitted faint squeak. Eli lifts the towel covering the box. Within a pungent, dusk-lit little cage, a tiny gray-furred head pokes out of some wood shavings, sniffs, and then hides back in its little escape. This gerbil has outlived many of the beings on this current sphere. Good night, Tess. Let's pretend things will be better in the morning. Oh, and Joe says hi. Elijah spoke with much fatigue in his voice and slightly apologetic for having breathed that demon liquor vapor into her little face. The old man walks, slouched, over to his single bed and sits on the end. It offers up a springy metal squeak that echoes in the silence, prompting the man to grab the bed with a fleeting white-knuckled reflex, knowing really that it solved nothing. He takes off his boots, pushes them under the bed, lays down as slowly and quietly as possible, and closes his eyes. Elijah whispers to himself at a barely audible level, "Things will be better in the morning." Another monstrous screech is heard far into the distance. Angry, but from where? Hard to tell. This trouble came just over 4 years ago. In a cold January, the first cases arose. Influenza was largely blamed at the outset, but the symptoms rapidly distanced themselves from any condition known to have ever existed. The Center for Disease Control were disseminating warnings across social and broadcast media and seemed to be on top of it. But it was a series of rapid-fire mutations from the initial condition at first, or at least that's what they thought. It was just a progression, an evolution. The original condition, characterized by organ deterioration or failure, mostly lungs, heart, and brain. You know, the worrisome stuff. Widespread warnings from local authorities on their individual accounts, echoing the same narrative, meant to not stir panic, while stirring massive panic all the same. Nobody wanted to expand on the overarching result from this disease. Violent, frenzied, unmitigated madness. Apparently, body hair fell out immediately. This was, of course, a way of detecting the victims, or should we say, offenders, from afar. Unless you were already quite bald with no eyebrows, then you wouldn't be too popular. He remembers that broadcast, as it was repeated every few minutes for months.
Stay in your homes. Do not go outside. If you or your family begin showing symptoms such as slowed movement, slurred speech, or violent behaviors, isolate them to a secure area of the house. Please stay tuned for more information on where to go. Stay in your homes and monitor your health. Alert us immediately at 854-298-0101 if you feel that you are exhibiting any of the symptoms described.
The CDC broadcast concluded. They stopped when the situation became untenable, he supposed. For whatever reason, they just stopped. The known surrounding area lost electricity, perhaps 16 months or so after that. When they say that, they would mean when it became too dangerous to meet one another, to leave your home. Then they started to lose contact with each other completely. They knew that most of the known world became infected. It was the pathogen. It was brutal and swift. It immediately transmitted from the most benign and well-meaning origins. A cough, a touch, sweat. Then, what we didn't expect was that, in addition to the lung failure, renal failure, heart disease, brain tissue scarring, and of course, ultimately, death, for many, it then evolved. Those that didn't die began to exhibit characteristics of, well, ghoulishness. It was the vaccine. Well, that was the theory. Nobody really knew for certain, but as soon as Intrepid Bio began to administer the vaccines, in their government-mandated rush, without any real clinical trials, zero efficacy, those that were vaccinated, millions, began changing. Their skin became pale, and those studied were stripped of any ability to tolerate vitamin D, and although they could venture outdoors, the sun seemed to lick at their skin like salt on a wound. It was theorized that it was constant pain that made them mad and created the rageful violence within them, so they became wildly aggressive. They ate anything that could be digested, including garbage, pets, and cadavers. It didn't seem to matter. These things were not fussed about whether or not it had a pulse or if it had been rotting for weeks. Besides the pain, rage, and madness, they still had to eat, and it was the aforementioned characteristics that alleviated any concern over what they ate and how they ate it. The condition was passed on through a pathogen in their saliva. They were batshit crazy, but again, it was the aggression that was most worrisome, as one would imagine. They feverishly wanted to rip you apart. They would kill fleeing mothers and snatch their babies out of their arms without pause. They would shred both without a thought. The rage was not always connected to any need to eat, as they occasionally scurried away from their victims, leaving them somewhat intact. But most often, they wasted nothing all the same. If they didn't finish their victims, the victims would either scurry away with their newly acquired insanity and rage-filled hunger, or they would be finished off by others eventually, if they didn't reanimate. They kept strategic national stockpiles of this dubious vaccine at each safe zone, but they were soon overrun, and 4 years later, it was every man or woman for themselves. They seemed to have stopped developing or evolving, and their cycle of maturation seemed to end after a few months, and with the exception of steadily growing paler and sinewier, they have remained largely the same. Variations of themselves within their original human shells, but mutated in horrendous packages. They preferred shadows and darkness. Even without any direct correlation to the nefarious monster cliché, they simply did not do well in the sun. The last bit of info that Eli was aware of before it went dark was from a news broadcast and a fat gray talking head with a few PhDs explaining that they were dying because their cells were not regenerating. They believed that the sun and other elements destroyed cell tissue and that they essentially rot when exposed to sunlight. Scientists estimated that the rain ultimately was worse since their skin was not as impervious to being wet as our living tissue is. So, clear night was a setting for the killing zone. This is when you needed to be extra careful, extra silent, and locked in. One of their other notable characteristics was their smell. Even without the desperate shrieks of rage, hunger, social mechanism, you will know they are close by their stench. It was unbearable. During one of Elijah's more fortunate encounters on the radio with another survivor, a young man named Dennis had explained that his roommate was killed by one of these things, and before the roommate was set upon and ravaged, Dennis remembers that his friend began to vomit from the stench of decay before the first chunks of flesh were ripped from him.
It gave Dennis time to jump out a second-story bedroom window to a van's roof and limp away with a sprained ankle. At night, the uninfected world can smell them. Putrid breezes waft across the open land. Then they know they are close, and they keep extra quiet. About 2 years ago, Elijah met Joe. Elijah was rushing into his small one-bedroom apartment with some newly acquired supplies from a vacant apartment nearby. He heard static on his radio with a voice asking for someone to respond. It was Joe. They spoke for hours. They told jokes to one another, shared memories, and even Joe played some guitar for Elijah as quietly as he could. It was nice for Elijah to hear music, even though Joe was no master. They had grown up in different parts of the country, but Joe became Elijah's closest friend. In a world where relationships didn't exist, or you just knew better than to get too close to someone that you come across, it was nice for them to have a sort of audio pen pal. Then they came across new voices like Moses from Nairobi, then a Cuban immigrant mother, Eva, and her young daughter, Gloria, although Moses hasn't been heard from for months now. They would receive the odd transmission from obvious nutcases talking about a new vaccine and that they were operating from a safe zone in a swamp area near Tampa, but they remembered too clearly what happened with the last vaccine, and in no way they weren't making a trek 30 miles out of the city to meet strangers in some fictional safe zone. Elijah showed concern to Joe with his conspiracy of not being certain if they would be legitimate or just really desperately hungry for some long pig on a Florida human barbecue. They knew there were folks holed up at Dickinson Elementary School nearby. They had one of the only functional automobiles in the city. One of their school buses was being used, and those camped up at the school had a reserve of fuel. At least they were, but they had no way of making contact. Hopefully they remained safe. There were families in there, and they had boarded up, he was aware. So many lost, however. So many making food and supply runs in the day. You see, they all used to think that the sun was their safeguard. They made the assumption that if they were to go out at high noon and remained cautious, they would all be okay. There were many of those white devils patrolling to their pain, and while mostly occupying the shadows, you would never see them coming. They watched from the shadows. They knew when you were fatigued, scared, hungry, and if you had a weapon. There was no doubt that if you were out and they were aware of you before you were aware of them, they were sure to get you. You can be certain of that. So, when some did make the attempt, they often brandished something lethal, and they did it in groups. Elijah lost any group that he had long ago. The only companions that he had were voice only. Better than nothing, but they each made singular attempts by themselves to get what they needed. There were no vehicles. Cars were rusted and useless. Any fuel that existed was long gone. Bikes were rusted and deteriorated beyond any use. Flattened tires and immovable chains. They always went on foot, prepared as possible. Elijah taped steak knives to a sawed-off hockey stick, and under his clothes, he wrapped his arms and legs in duct tape to at least try to prevent any bites. He had been relatively lucky, with the exception of a few close calls that set his heart on fire so badly that he didn't make another attempt in months. It was a matter of time, he felt. He was certain. He knew that individually, Joe and he and the others were growing weaker, and being alone, were increasingly becoming less able to protect themselves. They were the vulnerables. They were not eating well, not sleeping well, and all of this had taken its toll. They insisted that they needed to try to group with one another. They felt a need for that strength in numbers, with a nod to his favorite poem by T.S. Eliot. This is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper. We could only whimper. The distance would need to be risked, eventually. Elijah awakens to a scream from a woman in the distance. He wipes the sleep from his eyes and raises himself from his bed. The floor is sticky. He hadn't cleaned in months, and the Florida humidity takes its toll on surfaces. Eli takes a deep breath and listens again. Realizes that it was the residual psychosis of a dream. This happened often. He stretches and walks to his washroom and relieves himself. Washes his face with a small sliver of black veined soap and hand-pumped water from a bucket of collected rain. Water, in its piped form or commercial form, was as extinct as Law and Order, and that was as extinct as the rotary dial telephone. Luckily, Florida had an ample supply of rainfall. He was always fortunate to not be residing in Arizona. He often wondered how the other parts of the country and world were getting along. Elijah was once a cop, in another lifetime. He was a detective for the Tampa Police Department. He never left the city after retirement. Got himself a nice little one-bedroom just a few miles from the ocean with a pension that he was provided. There was a cluster of apartments around him. He had developed some friendships in the neighborhood, which were welcome since his wife had passed away from the virus in its early days. Complete organ shutdown. Pre-vaccines. Thank God. She was spared from turning into one of them. He was left alone, bitter, sad, and white-knuckled to a bottle of something or other as often as he could. He had a good heart, though, and was well-liked despite being characterized as a bit of a grumpy loner. He had never developed symptoms, despite his constant care for her, his Deborah. He never wore a mask even when he knew it was the right thing to do, even when strongly advocated by her doctors. He didn't want their last moments together to be invisible to one another. This coupled with the fact that he was happy leaving this life with her, if it were fate's plan. They had been together for 24 years until her last labored breath, holding his hand. His cries drowning out the flat line on the ECG machine. He's never cried before or after. Elijah walked into the main room of his apartment and took a peek through his heavy curtains and peeled back the cardboard peeking hole to have a look out onto the desolate parking lot, occupied only with rusted vehicles, glancing across the windows of the buildings opposite him for any movement. None. He then shuffled over to check his radio for any communications activity. Switched it on, and nothing but light white noise. Hello? Anyone out there? Joe? Anyone? 15 minutes of ambience. Nothing. Joe must have left. He muttered to himself. I hope he stays safe. Elijah then switched it off and sat in his tattered beige armchair, picked up a policing magazine that he had read 100 times before, wishing he could have a coffee again. A child's scream pierced the silence. It was coming from the parking lot below. This was close. Elijah rushed to the window, peeked out as covertly as possible. This was a result of smart thinking rather than any cowardice of which he had not a molecule of in his grizzled old body. Scanning the space, he noticed the female child of about 7 or 8 hanging from a balcony 3 floors up from the building next door to his. Somehow this kid felt that screaming would have been a good thing to do, which in any other situation may have been. Not these days. These were the days of hungry beasts and little soul. Elijah made another routine scan across the visible space, and there was nothing. But this kid continued to make an ungodly racket. She couldn't be blamed. She had slipped from the balcony and was hanging on for dear life. At least for the concern of the broken bones at best, if she were to fall. Elijah carefully propped open his window, removing a row of tape holding the cardboard onto the panes. Elijah shyly whispered to the child as loud as he could voice a whisper. Hey kid, you have to stop screaming. You have to stop now. Where's your mother and father? Elijah, assuming that this child was not alone at her age. She was on the bottom rung, clenched tightly onto that rung for dear life. Then, suddenly, smashing through the glass above her were a man and woman, pale and rageful, screaming like banshees standing within the confines of the balcony, searching around. As Elijah dipped his head out of sight, still peering through a slit in the cardboard, incredibly concerned for the safety of this child that obviously was trying to climb out to flee. Was this her parents? She must have been hiding for a long time. 1,000 thoughts rushing through Elijah's mind. He peered again. The specters noticed the screaming child and furiously attempted to reach it. The male thing attempted to climb over. Elijah's heart was racing. He could feel it painfully pumping through his entire body. He wanted desperately to help the child, but was unable. Even if he could, he would never get there in time. By now, the screams of all actors involved in this drama would have lured more of the horde. The sinewy beast almost reached the little girl, but ended up falling over the rail in his wretched clumsiness and plummeted to the ground, landing on his head, providing the atmosphere of the empty parking lot with an echoed cracking sound that made Elijah's stomach lurch, despite not feeling any sorrow for it. This left the female, who also tried to reach over but somehow mitigated its risk based on the near decapitation of its bony, recently redeceased partner, and tried to reach through the lowest rung to get to the child. That's when, suddenly, Elijah saw a familiar face appear behind it. It was Moses, rushing onto it with a baseball bat and connecting the bat with the thing's head with a swing that would have made Jim Tomei blush. That crack, again Elijah's stomach lurching. Not a bad swing. Home run. The thing crumpled to the floor of the balcony. Moses pushed it aside with his foot and reached down for the girl. She was hesitant, but Elijah could hear him soothing her.
"They are gone. Give me your hand,"
he said. Elijah could hear her sobbing, but her reluctance caved to self-preservation. He couldn't help himself. Elijah called out as subdued as he could. "Moses, you're okay!" Elijah squeaked sheepishly, unsure from that distance if it was him or not.
"Eli!"
Moses responded.
"Yeah!"
Elijah answered.
"Are you guys okay? Get inside. Lock yourselves down, please."
"Yes, we will."
Moses' shout whispered back. The young girl continued to sob.
"Okay,"
Elijah answered, wondering why Moses was there and where he had disappeared to. Elijah took himself back in and allowed his heartbeat to recover while he slumped into his recliner after having switched on his radio. He drifted off for a few moments, dreaming of his Deborah, as he always did. He was jolted up by a sharp static followed by a male voice that had him racing to his seat in front of the wideband radio. Pressing the transmitting button, Elijah said,
"Hello? Moses? Joe?"
Nothing. Light white noise, and then silence. Suddenly, a shrieking high-pitched sentence.
"I'm gone. Come find you."
Elijah, barely recuperated from his earlier trauma, leapt out of his chair, covering his mouth that covered a near scream that ended up producing a forced whimper.
We come.
Then a snapped silence, like the radio was unplugged.
"Hello? Hello? Who is this? Who is this?"
Elijah demanded. He sat back down. This was Joe's frequency.
"How did they know me? Wait, my God, Joe!"
Elijah whispered in a dribbled, terrified sentence.
"Joe has my location, maps of the entire area. But I was miles away from him.
Even if they had a map. Even if they could read a map.
He continued, although getting around was not their issue. It was the issue of those uninfected. Could they understand anything? Elijah considered all of this. But they could speak. If that was truly one of them. He was trying to wrap his head around the proposition, something that he'd never considered before. They were infamous for their rage and for their senseless malevolence. Nobody knew anything about their level of intelligence or capabilities. He dropped into his chair, looking around the room without any purpose. He knew that he needed a plan. If they were coming for him, and they knew where to find him, then they were far more intelligent than anyone had expected, and he needed to either fortify or run. Elijah decided to prepare. Then, another run of static on the radio.
Elijah, my friend, it's Moses,
he said.
Oh, thank God, you're okay. What the fuck happened over there? Where have you been?
Elijah pressed. Moses deeply exhaled and started.
These things broke into my home while I was out searching for food. Destroyed my apartment. I was afraid they would come back, so I took everything I could, and while I was collecting my items, I had them in the building. I hid and then ran as soon as I could hear some silence. In my rush, I left my radio behind, and each time I tried to come back, I was afraid.
He continued.
This morning, I decided that I needed to get my radio if I could. I needed to communicate. That is when I saw this child running across the parking lot. I was confused. I didn't know what was happening. Then I saw these two things chasing her. I was terrified for this little girl.
Oh my God, Elijah interjected.
I froze and knew that if I tried to help her, I was in danger, but my impulse was to help this poor little girl, so I chased after them and raced up the stairs behind them, and that's when I got to an apartment and saw them trying to grab at her. So when I saw the baseball bats hanging on the wall, I grabbed it immediately and acted.
He continued.
I'm just glad that neither of us were hurt. She's safe now and we are back at my old flat, but we cannot stay for long. As you know, I am wrapping up my equipment and we have to find another place.
He finished. Elijah continued to explain to Moses his recent warning from whatever that was. He conveyed his sorrow at the thought that Joe may, in fact, be gone. He reinforced his concern that he was in danger and was afraid to take this on alone. Nobody ventures out. This is an unwritten rule. Nobody. Not at night, not during the day. Only when the circumstance is so absolutely desperate. These abominations traveled in packs and were fast and deadly. They were somewhat intelligent. After the communications received that morning, it was clear that they could speak also. Moses didn't care. He had already taken one chance, and Eli was scared and alone. He would have to keep this little girl in tow, though. She couldn't be left alone again. She was, most certainly, a liability to take along, but it would benefit everyone to stay together. She wouldn't survive alone. They had a decision to make, however. If Elijah was in danger, he knew he should move and join Moses. That would be sensible. The concern was that Elijah had set up a fortress. It was reinforced as much as you could fortify a cheap apartment. He had hoarded enough food to last him months, maybe several weeks at least for 3 people. Cans of food, nothing special but food nonetheless. He had a water system set up. He had medical supplies and more. He couldn't leave that behind. So he decided to stay and fight if necessary. Hell, Moses took one out with a baseball bat with no issues. Elijah had racked up a half a dozen body count in the last 2 years himself. Then, Elijah remembered the terrifying voice at the other end of that radio. If he stayed, and the warning was valid, then it could be a wave that he could have no protection from. He had to go. Elijah packed up as much crap as he could, rucksacks full of cans weighing him down. Had forgotten the can opener. Bottles of water, 6 filled up, as much as he could carry, a knife and his bat. Couldn't take the radio, but made one last attempt on it. He tried for just over 20 minutes to reach Moses, who finally responded. Moses and Elijah made a plan. Neither one could stay where they were. The block would be teeming with them soon. They both prepared, and with the little girl now at Moses' side, where she couldn't be pried from, they met in the lobby of Elijah's building, in the security room behind the concierge desk. Quietly, cautiously.
"What now?"
whispered Moses. The young girl remained always silent. She stared up at Moses and then Elijah, anticipating his response. "We move," replied Elijah. "We get to the boat." Moses looked confused and froze as they all stopped short of their exchange, embraced and listened. Indistinguishable noises in the distance. They rushed the conclusion to the chat. The neurosis was palpable.
"What boats?"
Moses asked. "Joe has a boat. I know where it is. I know where he hides the key. We gotta go for the boat," Elijah explained.
"When?"
Moses responded. "Now, brother, we have to go. I have a bad feeling. I mean, a bad feeling. This voice, that voice on the radio. I don't know, but I think they know where I am. And the voice sounded familiar, but hard to tell," Elijah exclaimed, sweat trailing down his face.
"Okay, let me have a look. Let me check the parking lots,"
Moses replied in a whisper. Moses opened the security room door slowly. He first checked the outer foyer. Nothing but broken glass. The area was clear. They felt that now was the time to make the move. It would be dark in a few hours. They could wait until morning, but if Eli was telling the truth, and it seemed that this was something that he took quite seriously, they wouldn't be safe anymore in the apartment block. They had maybe 2 or 3 hours before it was dark. They had to make up time, especially with the consideration that they could encounter unexpected delays with routinely keeping out of sight and moving cautiously. They moved together. They got halfway through the foyer, their feet muting the crackling glass beneath them. Slowly. Then, with a heart-stopping break in the silence, a sharp static coming from upstairs, loud enough to have been heard through Elijah's door, as he knew that this was his radio. Elijah was paralyzed from fear. The sharp hiss of the radio was felt as much as heard, and it was followed by a ghoulish scream enveloped in white noise. It was difficult to distill the word that followed for a number of reasons. The paralyzing fear felt by the trio numbed their senses, but they knew what the word was when it was repeated. This was enough to encourage their movement. Elijah wasn't sure who the message was directed at, the group or his fellow disciples of hell. Either way, those wobbly legs found their forward movement and they were off. The squelching command was repeated again and again until it faded into the distance as they moved out of the parking lot. The only hope was that they would make it to the boat before the sound alerted the hordes to a collective bounty on the heads of the fleeing team. Holding their weapons tight, albeit gripped with sweaty, shaking hands, they moved slowly between cars, around buildings, avoiding the open and desolate streets on their way to the quay. Every few minutes, Eli would look up to the sky. The position of the sun was critical to his very existence. They made some distance and they had already gone too far to turn back. To hole up for the evening somewhere would be a terrifying premise, as they were all unaware of the spaces that attracted activity, and not being familiar with your overnight spot was an incredibly horrifying position to be in. The young girl was unusually strong. She was quiet and silent. Eli and Moses were thankful for this. It could have been their end if she had been hysterical, even emotional to any degree. As the group scurried quietly through an alleyway between two buildings, the echo of the ocean bounced off the passageway, above the calming hiss of the ocean's tides, punctuated by the lack of the usual mob of seagulls, came an echoed series of demonic screams from a multitude of directions, running along the stone walls of the passage. The cold grip of horror squeezed their chests and froze them, gasping for air which didn't come. The young girl's fingernails dug into both hands and broke skin, which made Moses and Eli both wince simultaneously. They knew something was behind or in front of them, but it was impossible to distinguish the direction or trajectory they needed to burst into. When they became unstuck, they glanced at each other, down to the young girl who only stared forward, hands shaking, and maintained her grip, clawing into the hands of the two men. Moses, a massive mountain of a man, and tough as nails, let out a small squeal from the young girl's sharp nails. They were facing the direction of the ocean, and the ocean they will seek. The boat needed to be found, and the sky was showing signs of decline. Eli had guessed it to be nearing 6 p.m., and they needed to make some distance. The end of the tunnel was shrouded in ambient light, sun facing them, and in the blurriest of silhouettes, passed a figure, not 30 feet in front of them. They instinctively gasped and hugged the walls with their backs, the young girl ducking behind a sun-bleached putrid garbage bag. She felt like retching, but moved back from it and covered her nose and mouth. Every step seemed to bring more threats and far more frequently. Eli suspected that, if they could evacuate the alley and get to the street ahead, they need only cross the park and into the quay. They would scramble to the boat. The key was under the icebox in the rear of the boat. Joe had made that clear 100 times during their quiet chats. Eli ran through the discussions in his mind that he had with Joe. Those many, many conversations he had, entrenched in white noise, most times had him realize that he had no idea what really happened to Joe. Where had he disappeared to? What if he had taken the boat? Eli thought. He had lost touch. Eli had thought the worst, but what if he hightailed it? What if he decided to make a bolt for the boat? Eli hadn't considered this, and it struck him like a drop kick. He could be leading the group to their end, to a useless quay with an empty, watery parking spot where Joe's boat would be.
What's the plan?
Moses said.
We need to make it through the park. Across the baseball field to the left is the dock. Joe's boat is the last on the right. We make it to the boat, we get out of here. I have enough food in this pack to last 2 weeks at least. And I know Joe has some provisions stocked away in the cabin below, if they haven't been pilfered yet. We'll be okay.
Eli managed to lay out something positive. The girl looked up and towards the two of them, slowly, one by one. Then, as they paused at the sidewalk, reaching the end of the passageway, they peered both ways. Even if they saw no movement, they envisioned shapes slinking in various directions within their mind. Eli continuously heard the static from his radio, screaming that he was a target and that they were coming for him. It was his imagination, but he was terrified. The boat had to be there. It had to be there. Joe couldn't have known to get away before that threatening, unearthly voice occupied his radio broadcast. And even if Eli wishes he could have, it was better now if he didn't. Moses picked up the young girl who never uttered a name. His giant arms dragged her up to his shoulder, and they all tore off towards the park. Eli was moving at half the speed. He was, after all, old. He had nearly no muscle mass left in his body. He had not exercised nor left his apartment for over a year. His legs were burning. Eli gasped for oxygen. Moses stopped to take him by the arm, and they walked quickly, while Eli recuperated as much as he could in this semi-speed walking gallop. He was ready to give up after a minute. Moses put the girl down,
and they shared a glance. She knew to stay close. Moses smiled at her.
Let's go, big boy. You can do this.
Moses chimed in within Eli's hard-labored breathing.
You got this.
Eli formed a pained smile, and then turned his head slowly to see a torrent of ravenous, shrieking ghouls by the dozens at the edge of the park behind them, nearly 1,000 feet away. They were distant, but they seemed intent on getting to their newly targeted meals. The girl finally spoke.
I'm scared.
And started gulping air, fear choking her. Moses had to be their rock at this moment. He grabbed Eli by the underarm and dragged him with the girl close behind. He slung him onto his back like an old panting rucksack. The girl followed behind and they jogged. The key was close. The group was finally in the open, and the covert sneaking between cars and buildings was a commodity they no longer enjoyed. They were in the open, exposed and in danger. They were now being hunted. Soon, they were onto the stairs down to the jetty and onto the wooden dock, racing towards the boat with Eli's instructions.
Let me down, Moses. I'm okay.
Eli muttered with an exasperation of fear and fatigue. Moses dropped him gently onto his feet. Eli led them to the boat. Moses stopped to scan their followers. They had grown. They were seething, spitting, salivating, screaming. Moses turned to follow Eli. The girl was at Eli's feet, moving fast and panting.
The boat! Where's the boat?
Eli whispered as loudly and as angrily as one could between clenched teeth. The space where Joe's boat typically docked was empty.
He's taken it! He's taken it! It's gone!
Eli sobbed. Suddenly, he noticed their salvation. The Bay Buccaneer. Joe's boat, floating a few yards behind another one that had blocked their view.
Run! There it is! Jump! We have to swim!
They all ran for the dock end and jumped. Except Moses. He stood stock still. He looked at the water. No amount of fear can teach you how to swim. Moses couldn't swim. Moses turned back and saw the horde reaching the end of their dock. Ravenous. Eli and the young girl were swimming furiously towards the Bay Buccaneer. Eli turned to see Moses. He was just staring at the horde. Moses knew that he would sink immediately if he jumped. He didn't expect to have to swim. He then made a choice. In an instant, he weighed the prospects of his slowly dying in the water, panicked, or holding back the pack to keep his friends safe with some time, in case any of these bastards could even float to them. His choice was made in a flash, and remarkably, he chose their preservation over his own. Moses ran a few feet away to a fishing boat as his eyes spied a barge pole on a set of hooks on the side of a towboat that was docked at the end of the pier. He pulled it off and positioned himself, firm-footed, on the edge of the dock, peering behind him at the other two reaching the boat, and Eli pulling the girl up and onto the safety of the boat. They both looked towards Moses. He forced a smile and ran towards the mindless predators with the pole horizontal, and with immense power, cross-sticked the pole into the group, flinging many onto other boats, some into the water, and the rest to the floor of the dock. Moses then swung the pole like a samurai, across every head he could connect with, and screamed in rage. Despite the lack of hope that he held for himself, two things buoyed him. The knowledge that he was saving his friends, and the scream that he had buried in him for years that finally got to come out. It felt good. It was therapeutic while it lasted. Eventually, though, he fatigued and was tackled by the greasy mob. Now on his back, Moses' head looked back at the boat and his friends from his upside-down vantage point, ensuring his friends were far from danger, while he was ripped apart by dozens of rotten teeth.
Eli wiped away the moistness of his sweat and navigated to the stern of the boat, across a wet and slippery floor, and found the large thermal storage bin at the back and hoisted it up. The key was there. It was taped to the floor. He made out the outline within the duct tape and snatched it up. He ran to the ignition and pulled the girl with him. He saw that many of these ghouls had taken to the water in some effort to swim towards the boat in their own ridiculous fashion, but were making some progress. As he sat down into the pilot's seat, a loud static. Static, shifting in different migrating frequencies. It stopped his heart. The young girl looked bewildered, her eyes squinted, trying to understand where this sound was coming from. It was coming from the cabin below. The cabin that kept the food, the bed, the emergency elements they would need. It was coming from the cabin below where Joe's radio was kept. His boat emergency broadcast equipment. Silence took over. Only the ocean. The waves on the hull of the boat. The sounds of gargling demons in the water, mostly sinking to the bottom, having given up their aquatic pursuits. "Fuck this," Eli uttered, then pausing to apologize to the little girl for his language and smiled weakly. Eli turned the ignition with aggression. Instant relief poured over him as the boat started up immediately. He pulled back the throttle, and the boat jerked away, pulling them both backwards. The girl grabbed his arm for steadiness as she jerked around on her unsteady legs. Eli looked back, teary-eyed. He felt that he really wanted Moses with him now. He wished he had Joe with him. He turned to the little girl with a labored but soothing smile to ask her finally what her name was, when in his peripheral vision, he saw movement. The girl finally answered sheepishly, with eyes welled up from hours of emotional turbulence. Eli wasn't paying attention anymore, and seeing that he was distracted, she looked more confused.
May. May is my name, mister. Mister?
Eli, numbly, slowly, and distractedly answered, "Okay. Hi, May," as he shifted his attention to a slow-moving blur behind her. In his foggy peripheral, he saw that they were not alone, and he moved her aside to clear her out of the way of his view. Then Eli was shocked to be staring into the bloodshot, wild eyes of his old friend, Joe, lumbering up from the cabin stairs, salivating mouth, partially missing forehead, slowly widening, hysterical mouth of broken teeth, a wild tangle of hair, stiffened with what looked like dry blood, framing a face of bloodthirsty madness.
Is this thing on? I see the light blinking, so I guess I'm good. Well, my name is Roy Harrison, and I was sheriff of Bush County, Texas for nearly 40 years. I suppose I've got a story to tell. A story about a city named Ashwood Heights, Texas, and why it doesn't exist anymore. Bush County is a quiet place. Not a whole lot of crime. Teenagers would race down the long stretches of highways. Sometimes one would flip a car and get themselves killed. And you'd have their parents placing a wreath on the road the next day. I saw too many of those wreaths in my time. Sitting out in the sun fading, being bleached by the light, and scoured by the wind. And of course you had your domestic disturbances. Everywhere's got 'em, especially during the summer, when the heat settles over the county and the wind feels like somebody blowing a hairdryer right in your face. The heat does things to a man. Turns him mean. Women too. If a cheating man was gonna meet his end by his wife's hand, well, you could bet money it'd be done during the summer. But when the weather turned cool and the wind brought the chill with it, things always seemed to calm down, you know. People were generally friendlier, more apt to have a church bake sale than to cause some kind of ruckus. Kids ran around outside, footballs were thrown in damn near every yard. Fire pits shined in backyards as neighbors got together and tossed a few back on the weekends. I'm not a superstitious man, nor do I prescribe to astrology, seances, or any other kind of horse shit. I believe what I can see, what I can hold in these old hands. I'm not a liar either, except for the occasional white ones that we all tell from time to time. So when I tell you in 1986, on Halloween, I saw things I can't rightly explain, believe me, they happened. Dear Christ, they happened. I'd parked on the side of the highway that morning, probably around 11. I was sipping my coffee and enjoying the fall breeze coming through my open window. Something about the quiet highway and the breeze relaxed me right to the core, and I put my head back and closed my eyes for a bit. I dozed off, only to be scared awake by the radio squawking.
Sheriff!
Deputy Silva said over the air.
You there, boss?
I grabbed the receiver while my heart did jumping jacks. Yeah, I'm here. Christ, Silva, you scared the shit out of me.
Sorry, boss.
Silva said.
I need you over here on Quincy, off Route 12. We got a 27 over here and it's bad, boss. Real bad.
I swallowed hard. Say again, Silva? Did you just say you found...
Yeah, boss.
Silva said.
A 27.
God damn it, I said. I'm on my way. I pulled the cruiser out onto the highway and headed west. 15 minutes later, I turned on to Quincy's, stopping just in front of Silva's patrol car. The deputy had parked his car long ways across the street to prevent anyone else from getting by. Quincy Avenue was empty, and I was damn sure there wasn't nobody coming through anytime soon. But it was standard procedure. The only building on the street was a derelict trailer that used to serve as an office for a used car company some 10 years ago or more. The rest was just overgrown lots with grass pushing up through the cracks in the concrete. I opened my door and got out, adjusting my belt as I walked over to where Silva stood.
Gracias a Dios,
Silva said when he saw me.
That was the longest 15 minutes of my life.
Okay, calm down. What we got here? Silva motioned for me to follow him, and I did. We walked around to the side of the trailer, and I could already see the blood running across the old concrete. Holy shit, I said, suddenly out of breath. It was a woman, and I do mean was. What was in front of me was a pile of busted flesh and ripped clothes. Bones poking up in places like accusing fingers pointing at the sky. She wasn't just torn up. She had ruptured. God damn, Silva, I said, leaning over and peering down at her. How did you find her?
Just luck, boss,
Silva said.
I was driving around slow, had the windows down, nice breeze and all. And out of nowhere, I hear screaming. So I start searching around, you know. After a few minutes, I see the blood. Probably would have missed it, but the sun had caught it. I see that red glare and ran over, found her, and then got you on the radio.
I'm going to be real honest with you here, Silva, I said. I've seen some awful shit in my time. Teenage kids crushed in cars, people trapped in house fires. I once saw the aftermath of a bobcat attack back when I lived in Canyon Country. Shit, I was first on the scene when Harriet Winston chopped her husband up with a machete. But this, I ain't seen nothing like this.
I have,
Silva said.
But it ain't gonna make any sense.
I looked up at him, squinting at the noon sun shining under the brim of my hat. Tell me, son. Don't keep me in suspense here. Silva's expression was dark.
When I was younger, barely a teenager, I went to work with my father. He was still undocumented, so all his jobs were under the table. It was summertime. I was out of school, and me mama wanted me out of the house. Didn't want me being lazy all summer, but I really think she didn't want me hanging around the other neighborhood kids. It wasn't a very good neighborhood. I was born here, legal, and she wanted me to be something, you know?
I nodded. I was getting impatient, but I let Silva go on because it seemed important to him to get it out.
That year, my father was working construction in Dallas. I tagged along, and the foreman would pay me a little too for smaller jobs around the site. Taking bags of concrete in a wheelbarrow from place to place, picking up trash, stuff like that. One day, I hear people yelling, and I look up at them, and then look up at what they're pointing at.
Go on, I said. Silva nodded.
There was a man falling. He'd jumped from the building across the street, and it was a long way down. I watched him, and it felt like forever. Finally, he landed, and it looked like that.
He pointed to the body at our feet. I glanced up at the trailer, up at its roof. Well, that ain't no more than 9 or 10 feet, and not even a tree within 100 yards of here.
I know,
Silva said.
I told you it wasn't gonna make any sense.
I stood and brushed the dirt off one knee. Nothing here does. Go get His Highness the medical examiner on the horn. And if he gives you any lip, let me know. And get some of the other guys out here to get pictures. We're gonna be a while. Thank God it's cool out today. I walked back to my cruiser and sat down inside and reclined the seat back. The paperwork could wait. I just needed a few minutes to not think about the woman on the concrete. And truth be told, I needed my nap. Sometime later, I woke to Silva knocking on the roof of the cruiser.
"Enemy is here, boss,"
he said, pointing his thumb over his shoulder. "All right, let me deal with the bastard," I said. I walked back over to the scene. Silva had put up some cones and yellow tape. Another deputy, Smith I think, was circling the body and snapping pictures. I took a tall step over the tape and approached the body. Don Lester was an unpleasant man, and we had a long history of butting heads that don't have nothing to do with this story. Let's just say that he didn't like me, and I couldn't stand his ass. Don?
"Sheriff Harrison," he said, "did you enjoy your nap? I know how much men your age need their rest."
I wanted to remind him that we were the same damn age, but I held my tongue. If Don got his feelings hurt, he'd button up and make me wait on his damn report to get any info. "Yes," I said with a smile, "I did. You have any ideas what went on here?" Don wrinkled his nose, and his eyebrows did that thing I hate, where they'd bunch together and form one long line of wiry hair.
"Ideas that could feasibly happen here? No. But if I were you, I would work under the assumption that it was a hit and run by a steamroller. Only, that isn't right either, because she's only flat on one side."
Honestly, any other day if Don had told me he didn't have a clue what was going on with the body, I'd feel giddy at the thought of busting his chops. But not that day. Okay, I said evenly. Is there anything you can tell me about her? He reached over with one gloved hand and picked up what remained of one of her arms.
Got a tattoo here. Could help in identifying her. Some kind of design with an arrow pointing.
Oh, shit, Silva said. I hadn't even heard him walk up behind me. That's Emily Palmer. She lives like 2 streets over from me in Ashwood Heights. Folks call her Emmy. You know her well? I asked. Yeah, boss, he said. And you know her too. She's Wayne Palmer's wife. Remember in the summer, we had to ride over there for a domestic disturbance?
Wayne's a wife-beater?
Don asked. I shook my head. Nope. We had to stop her from hitting him. Don chuckled. What? I asked. You think domestic violence is funny?
No,
he said.
It's just...
Information be damned. I'd had enough of the prick already. I'm going to talk to Wayne, I said, turning to leave. Silva, stick around till this asshole is finished being useless.
Now wait a damn minute.
Don started, but I wasn't listening anymore. I got in my cruiser and headed for Ashwood Heights, preparing myself for the worst part of my job. But by the time I pulled up to the Palmer residence, it was getting close to 5 already. The surrounding neighborhood was all done up for Halloween. Scarecrows on porches, plastic skeletons hanging from nooses and swinging in the breeze. Cotton was spread thin across bushes, with fat rubber spiders lying in wait across the makeshift webbing. And the strangest house by a damn mile was the Palmers'. The house had 2 windows that faced the street, and each had been boarded up with plywood. They'd been painted with a coat of orange so dark it was nearly red, and on top of that, someone had painted long black masks. I hadn't seen anything like it in my life. The design was intricate, symbols and lines all flowing together like shit, I don't know. It's as hard to remember now as it was to look at then. All those lines, intersecting patterns, like that fancy writing on wedding invites. Calligraphy, that's it. Looked like calligraphy, done in a made-up language, painted on masks by a goddamn psycho. I got out of the cruiser and made my way up the sidewalk to the front porch. Dead leaves crackling beneath my feet. Nearly jumped out of my skin when the door swung open just as I was about to knock. Wayne Palmer stood there in the doorway, his face pale, one hand still on the doorknob.
Sheriff, thank God. Is this about Emmy? She left last night and I haven't seen her since. When I heard your car, I was hoping it was her.
Mr. Palmer.
Please, call me Wayne.
Wayne. Could I come inside? Wayne's hopeful expression collapsed.
Oh no, please.
There wasn't going to be an easy way to say it. There never was. Wayne, I said softly, we believe we found Emmy on Quincy Avenue. She's gone. He shook his head sharply.
No, can't be.
Deputy Silva recognized the tattoo on her arm. Now you, of course, have the final say in identifying her. But yeah, Wayne, I'm sorry, but I'm pretty damn sure it's her.
You don't get it,
Wayne said, a silent tear rolling down his face, tracing the line of his cheek.
If Emmy's gone, then it's over. It's all over. She went too soon.
I nodded. She did, Wayne. She sure as hell did. Is there anything I can do? Maybe call somebody for you? Any relatives that can, help? Wayne shook his head again, his eyes vacant.
They're all dead now.
Okay then. Well, I'll call you as soon as we get her ready for you to identify. Once again, I'm sorry for your loss.
truly. I can make this right, Sheriff, he said, if I hurry. I'm sure I looked puzzled. What else would I have looked like? He wasn't making any sense, but grief does strange things, so I just nodded, tipped my hat, and walked back to the cruiser. My ass had barely hit the seat when Silva came over the radio.
Boss, you there?
I thumbed the button. Yeah, Silva?
The cleanup guys are here, and the ME got a better look at her other side.
I rubbed my eyes with one hand and pinched the bridge of my nose, readying myself for whatever craziness was about to land in my lap. All right, Silva, tell me.
Well, it's kind of hard to describe, because the damn thing's in pieces, but it looks like she was wearing some kind of mask.
My gaze immediately landed on the boarded windows on the Palmer's house. Let me take a wild stab in the dark on this one, I said. Orange, maybe red, with black lines and shit drawn all over it. It took a second for Silva to respond.
Yeah, that's it. How did you know that?
Lucky guess, I said, and sighed. I'll meet you back at the office. We can talk about it there.
Okay, sounds good, boss. Let's hope the rest of Halloween happens without any more crazy shit.
I started the cruiser's engine. Your lips to God's ears, Silva. Yeah, we hoped. But sometimes, hope don't amount to shit. By the time I pulled into our parking lot, the sun had dipped below the tree line, and the sky was purple in the twilight. I headed for my office, hoping to relax for a damn minute, and was surprised to find Silva already waiting on me, along with Don Lester. Ah, Don, I said, and sat down in my chair. It's so nice to see you again so soon.
Listen, Roy,
he said, his lips almost fighting his next words.
I'm sorry, okay? I shouldn't have laughed. It wasn't funny.
Holy shit, I said to Silva. I got a dead woman splattered in the middle of nowhere, and Don Lester just apologized to me. This day is chock full of surprises. I thought at least I'd get a smile from Silva, but his face was stern. Give him a chance, okay, boss? I turned in my chair and faced Don. All right, shoot.
I don't know why it happened,
Don said.
And it's pretty obvious how she died. Don't need my report to tell you that.
Then why are you here, Don? He licked his lips and leaned forward in his chair.
Something is wrong here, Roy. And she had that mask thing on, which I can't even look at without my head aching. And that tattoo wasn't the only one, neither. Her whole torso was covered in them. Everywhere a shirt would cover, too, like she was hiding them.
Now, I know we're a bit more liberal about things nowadays, but a woman with a lot of tattoos trying to keep them a secret really wasn't a shock to me at the time. Well, I'm sure she had her reasons, I said. What else? Gotta be something else that's got you so spooked.
She had frostbite, Roy,
Don said.
I couldn't tell it until we turned her over to get a better look, but it's sure as shit there. Her face, her fingers, her toes, you name it.
I laughed, not because it was funny, just because what the hell else was I supposed to do with that information? Let me think this through. Emmy Palmer was freezing, still alive enough to get frostbite, then exploded like a dropped watermelon all over the parking lot. Don shook his head.
I don't know what to tell you, Roy. The frostbite is there. I don't have any idea why, but it's there.
Noted, I said. Silva, would you escort Don here out? I'm sure he's got paperwork to do or something. Don stood, his chest puffed out and his hands shaky.
I can see myself out. Think about what I said, Roy. Something funny is going on here.
And with that said, he left. What in the hell? I said. Frostbite? I ain't seen frostbite in maybe never.
Silva leaned against the wall and looked up to the ceiling.
It's like we're getting further away from the truth, the more info we get.
Sometimes that's just the way it is, I said, nodding. There ain't nothing more to be done about it tonight. Why don't you go home? I know your girl's gonna be chomping at the bit to get out there and get some candy. What's her get-up this year?
Red Riding Hood,
Silva said with a smile.
Going with the classic this year. I was going to walk around with her with the wolf mask on, but I really don't feel like wearing a mask after today.
I laughed. Ain't that the damn truth? Go home, Silva. I'll start the paperwork.
Thanks, boss,
he said.
I'll see you in the morning.
Have a good one, I said. He stopped at the door.
Oh, and happy Halloween.
Get the hell out of here, Silva, I said. He laughed and left. I pulled a new folder from my desk, grabbed the pen, and wrote Emily Palmer across the top. I was about finished with the initial report when the phone rang. I picked it up. Bush County Sheriff, I said, looking at my watch. It was after 9 already.
Sheriff Harrison, it's Sheila Baker in Ashwood Heights. Have you got a moment?
Yes, Mrs. Baker. Is everything okay?
Well, I ain't sure. My son, Bradley, went out around 6 with his friends for some trick-or-treating. Now the other boys have all come home, but ain't nobody seen Bradley. They swear they was with them the whole time, but he's just gone.
I grabbed my notepad from my pocket. I'm sure he's fine, but I'll come drive around and see if I can't spot him, okay? What was he wearing tonight?
He's dressed like a vampire. He's got a white button-up shirt, black cape. His face is painted white. Oh, and he's wearing jeans, 'cause I wouldn't let him run around with his good church pants on.
Probably a good idea, I said. All right, Mrs. Baker. I'll be around there shortly to take a look. I stood and grabbed my jacket off the hook. I didn't even get both my arms in the sleeves before the phone rang again. I picked up the receiver and held it between my head and shoulder. Bush County Sheriff.
Oh, hey, Sheriff. It's Pete Stanfield.
Now I knew Pete. Him and his wife ran a diner that was a favorite haunt of mine. Hey, Pete. What can I do for you?
Now, I might be blowing this out of proportion, but Lily was supposed to be home an hour ago, and we ain't seen hide nor hair of her.
Huh, I said, my wheels turning in a direction I didn't want to go. I'm gonna head that way, Pete. Tell me what she was wearing.
It's that cartoon warrior woman, Shara. Jiry. It's like a white dress and a red cape outfit with a blonde wig. Got on a gold crown, too.
I wrote it all down. Okay, Pete. I'll get back to you as soon as I know something.
Thanks, Roy. We really appreciate it.
I pressed the button to get a new line and dialed Silva's number. His wife, Maria, picked up.
Hola, Roy. If you're looking for Julio, he's still out getting candy with Jesse.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Will you tell him to get me on the radio when you see him?
Sure,
she said.
Everything good?
No, I thought. Everything is not good. Yeah, just had to ask him something. I gotta get on the road. Thanks, Maria.
De nada,
she said.
Bye, Roy.
I didn't run out of my office, but I damn sure was doing more than walking. I jumped in the cruiser and pulled out onto the highway. I flipped the flashers on, staining the night in pulses of blue, but I left the siren off. Didn't want to panic nobody. Or maybe I didn't want to panic myself. All these years later, and I still ain't sure which. I made it to Asheville Heights in record time, but slowed down in the city proper, wary of kids still running around the streets. I cruised at a crawl, scanning from side to side, looking for any kids that matched the descriptions their parents had given me. I saw plenty of ghosts, a few witches, some cartoon characters whose names I couldn't tell you then or now, but no She-Ra and no vampires wearing blue jeans. About 10 minutes into my search, I found Silva, still in uniform, and standing stock still on the sidewalk. Alone. I stopped the cruiser next to him and got out. "Silva," I said, "what are you doing?" He looked at me like he'd just woke up. "Boss? I don't know." "Where's Jessie?" I asked as I walked over to him. He looked down, confused. She was right here." I put a hand on his shoulder. "Julio, wake up, son. I got calls about 2 missing kids, and now you're telling me you don't know where Jessie is." "We were walking," he said, "and we came up to this house and knocked, but I don't know what happened next." I looked up at the house, somehow surprised and unsurprised in equal measure. The black masks painted on the boarded-over windows seemed to look right at me. Some people were stepping down from the porch, all adults, and all confused. "Stay right here, Silva," I said, and approached the group. "Hey, folks," I said. "I'm Sheriff Harrison. Have any of you seen—"
"Where's James? James!"
The man closest to me suddenly cried out, and then fell silent again, blinking and continuing to trudge to the sidewalk. I turned and yelled for Silva. "Silva, come with me." He continued to stand, swaying with the breeze. "Deputy Silva, that's an order." He shook his head. "Right, boss. I'm with you." We stepped on Palmer's unlit porch, and I thumbed the leather strap from the top of my revolver. Silva looked at me, alarmed, but he followed suit. I knocked twice. "Wayne, it's Sheriff Harrison. Mind coming to the door? I just have a few questions that need answering." The knob turned and the door creaked open. Wayne stood there, backlit by 6 burning candles on a table. Sweat ran from his head, down his neck, and over his bare chest. Tattoos covered most of his torso, running from his clavicles down to his navel. "Sheriff," he said weakly, "I was hoping you'd come by later, but that's okay. Everything is okay now." "Wayne?" I said, then hesitated, looking over the whorls and lines drawn into his skin. "We're looking for some missing children. Have you seen any unaccompanied kids around?" Wayne nodded. "Yes, I took 6 in all." I don't know if I can describe what I felt then. Adrenaline flooded my body, and my stomach seemed to fall right through the ground. I drew my revolver. "I'm gonna ask you to step back and turn around now, Wayne," I said, trying to sound calm. "Let's go ahead and get your hands behind your back." He did as he was told, turning and placing his hands at the small of his back. "Silva, cuff him," I said, but Silva didn't move. "Wait, I remember. You bastard!" he cried. He blew past me, tackled Wayne Palmer to the floor. All of Wayne's breath came out in a rush of air as he hit the hardwood. "This pendejo took Jessie," Silva said, pinning Wayne's arms down. "He fucking drugged me or something. Shit, I don't know, but he took her, boss." I knelt beside Wayne. His head was against the hardwood, his cheek pressed flat, blood running from both nostrils. "Where are the kids, Wayne?" I said. "Don't make this shitty situation any worse. Just tell us where they are." "They've ascended," Wayne said. Silva pressed his knee into Wayne's back. "What the hell does that mean?" "I told you earlier, Sheriff," Wayne grunted. "Amy went too soon. It had to be tonight. I tried to tell her, but she wouldn't listen." "What had to be tonight?" I said. Wayne looked at me like I was the dumbest man on planet Earth. "Do you even know what Halloween is?"
It's a ritual that all of us take part in, even if most of us don't know it. I'm gonna ask you again, I said slowly. Where are the kids? Every year, millions of people camouflage their children, hide their faces from the vengeful dead that won't rest, Wayne said. And they go door to door, taking offerings to appease them. It's all there if you'd only pay attention. But that isn't the end of it. 6 children, chosen at random, are masked and sent in front of the gates to make offerings. Memories, emotions, feelings, everything the jealous dead have forgotten. You got 3 seconds to stop the bullshit and start making sense, Silva said. Wayne sighed. When the children come back, they'll be the only ones to remember, but not until they're adults. They'll grow up, move away, and become the ritualists themselves in whatever city or town they settle in. Emmy thought she could perform the ritual herself. Give up a lifetime of offerings before the thinning between the worlds began. She didn't want more kids to end up like us, performing the ritual year after year. Centuries of successful rituals should have shown her she was wrong. That's what we were arguing about over the summer when y'all showed up. I tried to convince her, and she went crazy. It doesn't matter now. She's gone. So I finished the work without her. Silva pulled his revolver and shoved the barrel into the bunched skin at the back of Wayne's neck. Silva, I said, put it away. We ain't gonna learn anything if he's dead. I'll stay with him. You search the house. They ain't here, Wayne said. I already told you that. Then where, Wayne? I yelled. Enough of this crap. Tell us where they are. Just be patient, Wayne said. All you have to do is wait. The ritual will end, and the children will come back safe and sound. Just wait until midnight, and this will all be over until next year. Go ahead and search the house, I told Silva. Don't move, asshole, Silva said, and snapped the cuffs over each of Wayne's wrists. He got up and started for the front hall, his hip bumping the small table. The candles wobbled. Their flames wavered, but soon stilled. Careful! Wayne screamed. Don't touch them! Silva looked down at him. What the hell are you talking about? The candles, Wayne said, panic creeping into his voice. They're a sympathetic link to them. It keeps them warm and safe from... I didn't have time to say anything. Don't really know what I would have said anyway. What did I care about the candles? All we were focusing on was finding the kids. Silva leaned over, looked Wayne in the eye, and blew out one of the candles. No! Wayne screamed. Stop! If the ritual fails, the city is gone. Everyone will forget it ever existed. The dead will consume the memories for just a taste of life again. It will all crumble. Where's my daughter? Silva said. Tell me, or I'll blow them all out like it's my goddamn birthday. Please, Wayne pleaded. She will be back, I swear. Just be patient. Silva went down the row of candles, blowing them out one by one. Wayne's lip trembled, and he began to sob. Jesus, Silva, I scowled. That didn't help anything. You think he'll talk now? Wayne said something between sobs. What? I said. I don't understand you. Wayne lifted his tear-streaked face. They are all dead. And you won't even have a memory of them to mourn.
Outside, someone screamed. I jumped to my feet and headed for the door, Silva following on my heels. People had come out of their homes and were looking around to each other. Costumed kids and their parents stood still, each as confused as the other. Somebody, no idea who, yelled, "Look! Up there!" And we did. Dark shapes were speeding towards us from the sky, screaming and screeching. For less than a second, I believed Wayne Palmer. I was convinced that ghosts or demons or some otherworldly shit had broken through, and they were coming for us. But then I remembered Amy Palmer, and realization struck me like lightning. "Go back inside, Silva," I said. "What? Why?" he said. "What's happening?" "Julio, please go," I cried. "Get away from here." But it was too late. There were no demons descending from the clouds, just 6 costumed children, screaming in terror as they fell from God knows how high up in the sky. High enough to get frostbite, I knew that. High enough to where the air was thin and cut like a blade of ice. I'm not going to describe what happened. If you've listened this far, then you can imagine. The fate of Emmy Palmer and the fates of those children were one and the same, right down to the masks on their faces. The world erupted in screams. Parents screamed and grabbed their children tightly. Children screamed at a mixture of their parents' terror and at the horror that was spread out in the street before their eyes, still spreading. Blood. Blood everywhere. I couldn't move, not an inch. I didn't move when Silva walked over to the crushed heap of bodies. I didn't move when he lifted the red hooded cloak to see what was beneath. And I didn't move when he walked past me, up the porch steps and back into the house, and shot Wayne Palmer 6 times. I tilted my head up to the sky, and up above, way up above, was a face. A face of clouds and moonlight, of stars and the thin spaces between stars, where reality was pulled taut by the hands of the idiot dead who will not rest. I stared at it, and it stared at me. I finally looked away, unable to stand its gaze any longer. Things get fuzzy from there. I don't remember much of the rest of that night. Truth be told, I didn't remember any of it until this morning when I woke up shivering and tangled in my bed sheets. I remember driving home and feeling like there was a weight, some oppressive force bearing down on me. I remember forgetting. The next day, Silva showed up to work like nothing had happened. At some point, I asked how much candy Jesse ended up with. "Who?" Silva asked, one eyebrow raised in confusion. I took another sip of my coffee. I started but couldn't finish. Because I didn't know. Not anymore. Over the next few months or so, people began to move away from Asheville Heights for all sorts of reasons. Sick relatives, better school districts, new jobs. But I know now those weren't the real reasons. The city was just over and done, like it was slowly being erased. I stayed on as sheriff, and even though I didn't live in Asheville Heights, I did move farther away from it. Couldn't have said why, just that I didn't want to be near it. Even the buildings had begun to disappear, one by one. And now that I think on it, I don't believe Wayne and Emily were alone in the world. I think there's people everywhere that prepare for when things are at their thinnest, when the door is open just a crack. And when it's time, they perform the ritual, and everything goes right back to normal. And if everything goes sideways, if some anxious father blows out the wrong candles, then it's over. The memories fade and the place withers and dies. I know it's true. Because why, after all these years, am I remembering this shit now? I'll tell you why. Because it's Halloween today, and somebody fucked up. Whoever's on ritual duty here is going to fail tonight. I can feel it somehow. And come tomorrow, this city, my city, will start to wither, then blow away like dust. How many cities have been lost over the years? How many civilizations? Christ, why am I just realizing this now? 'Cause I needed to tell the story first? Did I have to remind myself? I don't know. But I've got about 5 hours to figure out who's in charge of this city's ritual, if they're still alive. I need to know what I can do to help. Check the map tomorrow, and if there's an empty spot where Green Creek, Texas used to be, well, you'll know why. But you won't, will you? No one will. We'll just become part of the vast emptiness far above our heads, forgotten and lost between the stars.
What I Saw Beneath the Riptide. Written by Elias Witherow. Performed by Atticus Jackson and Otis Jiry. I reclined in my chair, enjoying the hot sun on my face. The waves before me crashed with rhythmic purpose, and I felt myself growing sleepy. Seagulls cawed overhead. The scent of salt and suntan lotion filled the air. Life was good. I sat up, rubbing my eyes in the afternoon heat, and dug my toes into the sand. I watched as a father helped his little boy build a sandcastle. I smiled. What a good dad. I took my sunglasses off my head and slid them onto my face, stood and stretched. I loved the beach. It was impossible to be worried about anything here. I had come here for the weekend, my little oceanfront cottage standing discreetly behind me. I had purchased it a year ago, my recent business ventures allowing me some of life's finer luxuries. If only I had someone to share it with. Perhaps later in the evening I'd chance a trip to the local bars and see if I could round up some company. Not that I minded the isolation. After all, it was hard to feel lonely when surrounded by such beauty. I rubbed the back of my neck. My fingers came away coated in sweat. It was time for a dip. I tossed my sunglasses onto my beach chair and slowly approached the water's edge. Frothing residue lapped at my feet, followed by the dying remains of a small wave. I sighed. It felt amazing. Smiling, I charged the rolling mass of sparkling ocean. As the water splashed around my waist, I took a deep breath and dove under. I came up gasping, wiping my eyes, skin glistening in the sunlight. I waved to a group of girls who were body surfing to my left and dove again. The green water peaked and sloshed around me as I paddled further out, enjoying the exercise. I felt the sleepiness drain from my body as my muscles warmed. I flipped over and switched to a backstroke, closing my eyes against the brilliance of the burning sun as I swam further out to sea. Eventually, I slowed my pace and floated on the surface, letting the tide rock me in its arms. My ears filled and emptied with water, and I listened to both worlds, one above and one below. The ocean had always filled me with a sense of wonderment. We were one, yet separate, two sides of the same coin. After some time, I lifted my head from the water and shook the clinging, sparkling droplets from my hair. I blinked against the salt stinging my eyes and realized that I was a lot further out than I thought. The shore was a deceptive stretch of cool brown sand that remained an uncomfortable distance away. I realized I couldn't touch the bottom. I dove under, trying to gauge how deep the water was, and when I surfaced, I felt my heart begin to race. I was entirely too far out. I forced myself to remain calm and started to swim towards shore. There weren't many people in the water. I didn't think anyone could even see me at such a distance. I focused on my strokes, keeping my head down and my arms moving. My muscles began to burn and I chanced to look towards shore. It appeared as if it hadn't moved at all. Swallowing hard, I dove and began to pull myself through the swirling green. I mustered what strength I had, kicked my legs, and thrust myself towards land as effectively as I could. When my lungs began to ache, I reached for the surface and came up sputtering. Again, it appeared as if I hadn't swam at all. And that's when I felt the pull around my legs. I was in a riptide, a nasty one. My body felt drained and the beach remained impossibly far away. A nest of worms wriggled in my stomach and my breathing became frantic. I tried to fight off the panic, but it was like trying to stop an avalanche. I desperately tried to recall what I was supposed to do in a situation like this. I didn't want to scream for help for fear of tiring myself out to the point of exhaustion. Something about swimming parallel to the shore came to mind. Taking a deep breath, I dove to my left. With each stroke, I felt my body get heavier. Soon my arms felt like slabs of stone and my legs like cement anchors. Then I went under. Terror worked against me, filling my limbs with fire. I tried to pull myself to the surface but only managed a mouthful of salty ocean. I gagged and spun underwater, my lungs pounding against my chest, my heartbeat a frenzied cry in my ears. I managed to find the surface again, but it drained what little adrenaline I still had. I sucked down one gasp of air before I went under. My limbs were useless, completely spent. Soon my head began to ache from a lack of oxygen, and I snapped my eyes open in horror, searching for the surface. A terrible claustrophobia set in as a dark green haze filled my vision, pressing in around me. I felt the riptide pull me back into its merciless jaws. My chest howled for air, but the water held me with wet chains. My body sank deeper and deeper, writhing in agony, and I felt myself begin to fade. With increasingly bleary eyes, I searched for a savior. Finding none, the black rushed in on me. Then I noticed something stretched out below me, a mass of sparking color, like a storm cloud filled with flashing neon electricity, or the broken remnants of some natural phenomenon. Right as my feet were about to enter the mass, I passed out. I woke to the feeling of something cold on my face, moving darkness, a voice. I focused on the voice, pulling my consciousness towards it with all my willpower. The black began to fade. Light, color, The world swam in an explosion of blurry motion. Then I blinked. I sat up gasping, eyes popping open. Sweat poured from my face and I scrubbed it from my eyes. Where was I? What had happened? I looked around and I saw I was in some kind of hut.
Hey, take it easy. It's okay.
I spun around to face whoever was speaking to me. My heart clawed up my throat and I stumbled off the cot I had been resting on, horror ripping across my mind. A naked man sat before me, but he was mutated. The skin beneath his eyes drooped down his cheeks, exposing angry red muscle that oozed with gelatinous slime. His nose hung from his face, dangling like the trunk of an elephant. He was bald, and the top of his head was slit open. I watched in terrified disgust as a second tongue extended from the opening and licked moisture across his scalp. Drool dripped down around his ears in thick trails. Oh, God! What is going on? Where am I? I screamed, backing myself into a corner, wood and straw poking at me from the wall. The man stood up, his nose swaying like a piece of melted taffy.
It's all right. It's okay. You're safe. You made it. You're here.
I stared up at him with wide eyes. What are you? Where am I? The man put aside a wet cloth he had been using to wipe my face. He held up his hands and approached me. Squatting before me, a smile appeared on his lips.
I'm Luval. I was the one that found you on the beach. I'm so happy you are here. We've been praying for this moment for...
His eyes rolled in wonderment.
Oh, we've prayed for so long.
I held up my hand, stopping him, grimacing as the second tongue slurped across his head. The drool leaked down into his face and dripped slowly across the exposed muscle beneath his eyes. You need to tell me what's going on, I said, trying to collect myself. The last thing I remember was drowning. I got caught in a riptide and something weird in the water. Luval smiled.
I can't even imagine what you're going through right now. But the important thing is that you're here. You've passed through the red cloud. You've done what none have done before. It's not much, a mere pinprick in its mass, but you can show us how to do it. You can show us how to get through.
I was shaking my head slowly, mouth open. Stop, please. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know anything about this. I was just taking a swim in the ocean and got pulled under by a riptide. My mind was spinning with bewilderment. What was this person talking about? The red cloud? Tearing a hole through it? I wasn't following, and the constant twist of unease in my gut wasn't helping. Luval nodded understandingly.
It's only natural. You're a little scrambled. I can't fathom what the red cloud did to you as you passed. The suffering you must have endured. It really is a testament to who you are, to what you've come here to do.
I licked my lips, head aching as I tried to comprehend what was going on. Who I am? To my horror, Luval reached out and stroked my face.
Why, you're an angel come to save us. You're here to show us the way to heaven. You've broken the barrier and passed through the red cloud. Now you will lead us back with you.
I blinked, confusion blasting through my mind like a cannonball. I tried to sort my thoughts, tried to piece together what had happened to me. Everything felt wrong. Everything felt different. My head ached and I clutched my temples in an attempt to focus. I had been swimming, then the riptide, sinking. sinking down into that darkness, sinking down into that strange cloud of light. Had that been real? Or had I imagined it, my dying mind conjuring up some strange hallucination? Suddenly, Luval reached out a hand.
Come, the others will want to meet you. You're going to be their savior, after all.
He pulled me to my feet. I couldn't make sense of any of this. What was happening to me? Awareness settled in around me as I stood, and I realized we were in a windowless hut made of straw and wood. The sand beneath my feet rose to swallow my ankles. I deduced we must still be on the beach. But what beach? Who was this disgusting man before me? Who were the others? What did they expect of me?
I can see you're having a hard time remembering. Come, let us go outside. Maybe once you see it will help restore your memory.
Reeling and uneasy, I let him lead me through the door. Sunlight erupted across my vision and I winced, shielding my eyes with my hand. I squinted, allowing the world to settle. I froze. Luval stopped before me and turned, his second tongue rolling across his bald head, and smiled.
Behold your flock,
he said, spreading his arms. I was standing on a dune above a beach filled with people who looked just like Luval. They stared at me in awe. 1,000 naked bodies, all with drooping noses and slits in their heads. Tongues rolled in and out of their skulls, creating a constant squirting sound that echoed across the expanse of sand. Slowly, in unison, they fell to their knees and bowed their heads in silence. My eyes grew wide, my heart thundering in my chest. What is going on? I muttered in shock. And that's when I saw something in the sky, beyond the congregation, hanging over the ocean. A long black chain extended from the heavens, hanging 200 or 300 feet from shore, over the water. At the end of the chain was the motionless, charred body of a man. He was huge, at least 9 or 10 feet tall. The chain was wrapped around his neck, and his dark, crusted head rested on his shoulders in complete stillness. My eyes traced the length of the chain into the sky to where it disappeared, its origin concealed by clouds. Where am I? I whispered, my stomach squirming as new fear surged in my gut. Luval stepped towards me.
You're here with us. Don't you remember? We've prayed for you to come, begged God to send an angel to lead us to him. And now you have. You've emerged from the red cloud, broken through its dark walls, and come to lead us to heaven.
No, I whispered. No, that's not true. I don't know anything about this place. I'm not an angel. I'm just a person. Luval pointed at my face.
You're wrong. Don't you know how beautiful you look? Your skin, your eyes, your hair.
He placed his hand over his naked chest.
When I found you on the beach, I nearly fainted. You're the most beautiful angel we could have dreamed of. You're perfect.
I swallowed hard and took a step back. Stop talking like that. I'm not an angel. I'm just a normal person. Luval frowned.
Please, don't speak like that. You've just been affected by the red cloud. It will fade. You'll remember who you are.
I pointed towards the massive charred man in the sky. If I'm an angel, then who is that? Luval turned and I could see him visibly tense.
That's the hanged man. He's what you've come to deliver us from.
I shook my head. What is he?
He watches over the red cloud beneath the water. He is our warden, our oppressor. He is the gatekeeper. If anyone tries to break through, he will stop them.
Luval looked at me, and his sagging eyes grew dark.
He is the shadow of God, the darkness that grew behind the light of the Lord. He is the evil incarnate.
My breath caught in my throat, and I sputtered. It was too much to digest. I couldn't wrap my mind around any of it. I just wanted to get out of there, away from the nightmare and back to my beach house. The strange mass of people kneeling before me, the red cloud, the hanged man. I felt myself descending into madness. All constructs of reason and understanding crumbled before me. Please, I just want to go home. I don't belong here. This isn't right. Please. Luval's eyes hardened suddenly.
You need to stop talking like that. You came here to save us. You came here to lead us through the red cloud to heaven. You're going to take us back with you. We've waited and prayed for this day for an eternity. You can't turn your back on us. You're the only one who's managed to make it through past the hangman. You have to show us the way.
No, I cried, suddenly overcome with a wave of dizziness. No, I'm not the one you've been praying for. Please. I put my hand to my head. The heat from the sun was splitting my mind in two. I blinked and began to see patches of darkness. I stumbled backwards, blinking sluggishly. I'm not your angel, I repeated. Then I blacked out. I snapped awake in a rush of heat and immediately sat up. My mind swirled between worlds. My face felt damp, my throat dry and parched. Sweat dripped from my nose. I pulled a hand across my eyes and blinked. Luval was seated beside me, his long nose hanging from his face like an infected skin tag, his second tongue slowly coating his scalp with saliva. As I raised my eyes, I saw there were others in the hut. They stood by the door, watching me, mucus oozing from their eyes down their flaccid cheeks.
Hot today, isn't it? Are you feeling okay? You fainted on us.
I shifted on my bedding and warily eyed the awestruck rabble standing near the door. My stomach turned as I watched drool leak down their skin across their exposed bodies. The tongues squirming from their heads looked like bloated worms. I tasted bile on my tongue.
They want to hear you speak,
Luval said quietly, placing a hand on my thigh.
They want to know what to do.
I jerked away from his touch and shook my head. I told you I'm not an angel. I don't know what this place is or how I got here. I can't help you. I'm sorry. As I spoke, Luval's eyes menacing, he reached out and grasped my thigh again, his grip now firm and commanding. He spoke with cold authority.
It's time you fulfilled your duty. We don't want to hear any more excuses. Show us how to get past the hangman. Show us how to get to heaven.
He stood and motioned for me to do the same.
Come, let's go outside.
I rose with him, not sure what else to do. We approached the door and the others stepped aside to let us pass, bowing their heads slightly. No matter what I said, it seemed they were convinced I was some kind of angel. We went outside and I stopped dead in my tracks. Luval stood beside me. The congregation was lying down on the beach, hands at their sides, like rows of forgotten corpses. When they saw me emerge from the hut, they stirred to life, crawling to their knees. There they remained, hands resting on their bare thighs. Then they waited. Behind them, the hanged man dangled motionless over the open sea.
Come, you must speak to them.
Louval said, placing a hand on my shoulder. No, I whispered, feeling uneasy. No, you don't understand. I can't help these people. Louval's grip turned to iron, pushing me toward the dunes.
Come. It's time you showed us the way.
I stumbled forward, my bare feet burning in the sand. The sun blazed down from a cloudless sky, and I saw thousands of hopeful, desperate eyes follow me as I walked. I watched them below me, the beach alive with movement as their tongues slithered across their bald heads, relieving them of the effects of the sun's burning light. I looked past them, towards the hanged man, squinting to catch any sign of movement. Yet he remained immobile. His eyes remained closed, and I had yet to see him take a breath. As far as I could tell, he was dead. Maybe there was something to that. Perhaps it was the answer to my problems. How long had it been since these people attempted to pass through the red cloud? How long had it been since the hanged man had last stirred? I continued to be led across the dunes, sweat pouring from my face. I felt like I was suffocating, my throat a dry strip of sandpaper. It was impossibly hot. I felt my skin cooking beneath the intense light and ran my tongue along my cracked lips. What did Louval expect me to say to these people? As the burning sand danced between my toes, I was struck with a thought. When am I going to wake up? I almost laughed, but the sudden humor died in my dehydrated mouth. I looked behind me at Louval and the modest crowd following us. They looked excited, hopeful. It made me sick. I had no plan, and no idea what was happening to me. I had grown an army of followers who believed me to be some kind of savior, and who expected me to deliver some sort of sermon. I was trapped in a nightmare, and I couldn't see any way out. One moment I had been drowning. The next I was standing before a congregation of strangers, all of whom expected me to reveal to them the path to salvation. What could I say that would make them understand? What could I do to show them I wasn't an angel?
This is good,
Louval said suddenly, squeezing my shoulder. We were standing at the peak of a large dune, a platform to spread my voice to the horde waiting below. I felt my stomach shudder as I looked out on the thousands of people on their knees looking up at me and the ever-present hanged man. I shot a look over my shoulder at Louval and swallowed hard. What do you expect me to say? I gasped. Louval spread his hands.
Anything you want. Tell us how you got here. Tell us how to follow you back to heaven. Tell us how to get by the hanged man.
My back was slick with sweat. I wiped a coat of it off my forehead and turned back to the audience below. My heart thundered in my chest. My sour breath wafted across my tongue. What should I say? How would I get them to understand? Questions rolled across my mind to the point of hysteria. I fumbled for words to say, but they died on my tongue. I could feel myself growing fearful, then frustrated, and finally, rebellious. Forget it, I thought. Forget this insanity. I cleared my throat. I'm not your angel, I yelled, my voice carrying down to them. I don't know how I got here, but I can assure you it wasn't because of your prayers. I heard Louval and the others behind me audibly gasp. I continued. I don't know where I am, or who you freaks are, but I am not your savior. I got caught in a riptide and sank into a cloudy light in the ocean. I thought I was dead. Maybe I am dead. I heard Louval growling behind me, but I ignored him. I'd had enough. The combined effect of the sand and the heat and Luvol's continued insistence that I was some angel sent there to deliver his people had pushed me over the edge. Angrily, I clenched my fists by my sides. Sweat dripped from the tip of my nose. I don't know how to save you. I don't know how to get to heaven. I'm not the one you've been waiting for. I pointed across the ocean. And that thing? Your almighty hanged man? He looks dead. Yet here you are, cowering on the beach, trembling in fear. You want to make something of yourselves? You want to transcend to a better life? Well, stop being such cowards and do it. Luvol reached out to grab me, but I shook him off, pointing towards the water. Stop waiting for a miracle and do it yourselves. I'm not your angel. Suddenly, I was cast to the ground, pulled down by strong hands. A chorus of angry voices surrounded me. Onlookers kicked sand into my face and pinned my arms to the ground. Furious and frightened, I lashed out, losing myself in the waking nightmare. Then a foot plowed into my stomach and my will to fight left me, along with most of my breath. I lay there gasping, blinking against the sun. A shadow fell over my face and Luvol stared down at me with fire in his eyes.
What have you done?
He snarled. No one can save you, you helpless freaks. I spat, wriggling against my captors to no avail. Luvol shook his head at me and then stared into the eyes of the others. They nodded to him, a silent conversation passing through the air above me. Get off of me! Let me go! Luvol leaned down and placed his lips to my ear.
If you won't help us, then we'll find another use for you.
I stopped struggling and turned to look into his eyes. What are you talking about? Luvol licked his lips.
If you won't show us mercy, perhaps the hanged man will. Perhaps an offering will change his mind. Perhaps an angel is the price we must pay to cross to the other side.
Let go of me! You're all insane! You don't know what you're talking about! Luvol raised a hand to the others.
Get the boat. It's time we float to eternity, my brothers.
A cry of joy went up, followed by an even louder exclamation from below us on the beach. I cocked my head up in the sand and saw the mass of people standing, smiles on their faces. They pumped their fists into the air and began to chant. My blood went cold as I listened. Before I could speak, I was roughly hauled to my feet, hands slapping and gripping me. A hard shove to the middle of my back sent me sprawling, face first down the slope. I coughed and spat as millions of burning shards scraped across my cheeks as I tumbled end over end before sliding to a stop on the beach. Immediately, the masses were upon me. A hand tangled in my hair and pulled me to my feet while others grabbed me and began dragging me to the water's edge. I screamed and fought, panic rising in my throat like a burning volcano. Over my shoulder, I saw Luvol striding towards me down the dune, a sick smile on his face. I was filled with terror at how quickly they had turned on me. 1,000 wriggling, moving bodies surrounded me. The more I struggled, the rougher the crowd became. I coughed and wheezed as fists pummeled my body. Nails raked across my skin. Blood and slime spattered my face. Flesh pressed against me and my ears filled with the roar of the growing riot. Tripping and stumbling, I succumbed to the onslaught and fell to my knees. I felt a rope slide around my neck. Moments later, a circle of fire ignited around my throat as the crowd began dragging me towards the ocean. Blinking through blood, I trained my eyes ahead of me towards the sky, and my heart stopped in my chest. The hanged man's eyes were wide open. He was looking right at me. Dread coursed through me with the force of a raging hurricane, and I began to scream in absolute horror. The hanged man's eyes were huge and swollen, his irises 2 red orbs in a pool of blinding snow. Twin red funnels shot from his sockets like searchlights, filling my line of sight and summoning my darkest nightmares. I tried to scream, but my cries were interrupted by a jerk on the rope. The earth beneath me thundered with the stampede of feet and a hurried rush to the water's edge. I retched and felt my eyes bulge. My oxygen-starved mind began to dim. Mercifully, the rope was removed and I was dragged to my feet. My world swam as I tried to focus on the bouncing, swirling ocean of people before me. Their long noses swayed on their faces like pendulums, and their second tongues coated their scalps excitedly. A great cry sounded to my left. Weakly, I turned my head and witnessed a small craft being pushed into the water. A flat construction of wood, with a single mast that unfolded to reveal a great sail. My arms were pulled behind my back and my hands were bound. I gripped my teeth as rope cut into my wrists and I was yanked towards the boat. I coughed and fought to stay upright as my feet splashed into the water. Luval climbed onto the craft along with 3 others. He reached down and pulled me up, then tossed me aside like a sack of dead meat. He turned to the mass of people on the beach, raising his voice.
Pray for us. Pray for mercy. Pray for salvation.
A roar went up at our backs as we were pushed out to sea. Water splashed over the crudely constructed frame. I gagged as sea salt rushed up my nose. I was pulled into a sitting position and shoved against the mast. Through the wet hair covering my face, I looked out into the sky. The hanged man had raised his head from his shoulders and was watching our approach. The red light that shot from his eyes blinded me, and I turned away, spots dancing across my vision. My battered, shaken body offered no comfort, and fear consumed me.
It didn't have to be like this,
Luval said behind me as he plunged an oar into the ocean. The others followed his example, their dripping faces watching me. "You've all lost your minds," I spat. The water sloshed across the wooden planks as we continued to draw closer and closer to the hanged man. All the while he gazed upon us, his massive body hovering above the surface of the sea, dangling from its celestial chain like bait on a hook. As we approached, Luval raised his hand to the others and they stopped rowing. The craft slowed and I chanced to glance up, feeling a dark stirring in the back of my mind. I struggled to suppress my terror as something foreign poked around inside my head. The hanged man loomed before us, suspended a dozen feet above the calm waters, bathing our vessel in a red glow. At that very moment, a surge of haunting, morbid images flashed suddenly in my mind. Luval got down on his knees, followed by the others. His voice shook as he spoke.
Please. We're coming peace. Spare us a moment and listen to what I have to say.
The hanged man remained a statue of dark fear. Luval continued, visibly shaken.
In exchange for passage into heaven, we offer you this angel who's come to us promising salvation.
I whipped my head to stare at him. Luval shot me a look and pressed on.
He's offered to rid us of your presence, but we knew there would be no passage unless you deemed us worthy. So instead of following this angel in a revolution against you, we offer him up to you as a token of goodwill, as a token of respect, as a rite of passage. Please, take him as payment and let us pass through the red cloud into heaven.
He bowed his head and spread his arms, waiting. You liar, I snarled.
Silence,
Luval hissed. The air filled with mounting tension as the seconds ticked by. The sound of the water sloshing around the boat seemed to consume me. I shut my eyes and focused on it, shaking, trembling. The red light washed over my skin. Suddenly, I heard a collective gasp and I snapped my eyes open. In the water below us, there appeared a massive, voluminous cloud of sparking red light. It extended out into the ocean like a titanic patch of fog, a swirling dance of color churning beneath the surface. Luval stood, eyes wide.
He is allowing us passage.
The others stood staring at one another, mouths open in complete shock. Immediately, the populace sank back to their knees and bowed their heads, sputtering their thanks and praise to the hanged man. They prostrated themselves on the boat, gushing with wonderment and promise. Suddenly, Luval grabbed me and pulled me to my feet. "I hope you burn for this," I growled as he pulled me over to the mast.
"Quite the contrary,"
he said, yanking on me. Luval motioned for the others to help him, and the familiar coil of rope again encircled my throat. I coughed and struggled, but was silenced with an oar to the stomach. I vomited, the bile spilling out over the deck. I craned my head to look behind me, and saw they had thrown the rope over the mast. They had decided to hang me. I stared up at the hanged man, his huge, ghastly eyes boring into my skull. His blackened skin absorbed the sunlight around him as I fought helplessly against the rope tying my hands. This is it, I thought. This is the end. Luval was suddenly behind me. He whispered softly into my ear.
"When I see God, I will tell him of your cowardice."
A sudden rage burned within me, and my body stiffened. I turned my head and with all the vitriol I could muster, shouted, "No, you won't!" I slammed the back of my head into my captor's face. Luval dropped the rope limply to the deck and doubled over, clutching his bleeding mouth, rewarding me with an ear-splitting scream. Before he could recover, I took a step back and grabbed his dangling nose with my bound hands. Screaming defiantly, I ripped it from his face in an explosion of crimson, tearing the tube of flesh from his head like strings of melted cheese. Luval sank to his knees, howling as blood poured from the hole in his face. The others on the boat froze, surprised and revolted by what I had just done. The rope dropped limply to the deck. I charged the side of the boat and leapt overboard, momentarily catching a glimpse of the hanging man dropping suddenly from the sky, as if someone had released an anchor. He hit the surface with a deafening splash and disappeared beneath the waves. The murky depths obscured my vision as I made contact and immediately began to sink. I wriggled like a dolphin, trying to free my hands, but it was hopeless. I trained my burning eyes on the red cloud below me. Frantically, I wriggled towards it, my lungs hammering inside my chest. Suddenly, the water was alight with shades of red. I whipped my head to my left, bubbles exploding from my mouth, and my eyes widened in terror. The hanged man was rocketing in my direction, hands outstretched, followed closely by the heavy snake-like coil of chain. His eyes filled the depths with their haunting crimson hue, illuminating his nightmarish silver-like fingers. Seized with crippling fear, I propelled myself forward, diving deeper towards the red cloud. A muffled, haunting roar of fury erupted behind me, testing my resolve. Quivering, I resisted the urges of my splintering sanity and reached for the depths towards my salvation. I had almost reached the cloud. I kicked and screamed with all the might I could muster, leaving a trail of howling bubbles in my wake. Suddenly, I was jerked backwards and I felt pain shooting through my leg. I turned around and saw the hanged man grasping my ankle, pulling his body up to meet me. I shook with the darkest, deadliest torment as he stared into my face. My world became a blur, and any resistance drained from my body as his eyes consumed my soul. My mouth dropped open in a silent scream as red filled my head, and every one of my fears again rose to the surface. Madness threatened to rip my mind in two. As darkness approached, my mind began to fade. Suddenly, through the agony, I heard another sound, a splashing, a muted rush of churning water. The hanged man turned to look towards the surface. I followed his gaze. Louvel and his people were in the water and frantically swimming towards the red cloud. The hanged man roared and looked back at me, then to the others. With a snarl, he released me. My mind shimmered and then refocused, the red leaving my fractured brain in a rush of heat. Still bound, I watched as the hanged man raced to stop the others from entering the red cloud. I watched as he tore them apart, filling the water with crimson viscera. The cloud engulfed me as I descended into the depths. A moment later, I lost consciousness, and everything turned black. I don't really remember what happened after I reached the cloud. I don't recall the in-between. There was just nothing. The next thing I remember was getting CPR on the beach from the father who had been building a sandcastle with his son, the good dad. I sputtered back to life, screaming and vomiting up a great deal of salt water. I laid weeping on the beach as an ambulance was called. I was rushed to the hospital and cared for, questioned, and given some much-needed rest. I've never recovered fully from my experience. I'm still not entirely sure what happened, where I went, or how I got there. For a long while, I didn't know if what I went through was even real, or if those people, those creatures, were real. Or if I experienced some fearful hallucination between the reality of the living and the dead. As time passed, I tried to discard the horrors I went through as something my mind conjured to stay alive. I wanted to believe that the nightmare world I visited was nothing more than some horrific dream I used to stave off death. But I can't. No matter how much I'd like to deny the existence of that terrible place beneath the Riptide, I just can't. After I was rushed to the hospital, the father who resuscitated me came for a visit. That day, in a moment, he told me something that has haunted me ever since, and which erased all of my doubts.
Son, you're real lucky. It's the damnedest thing, though. When I found you, your hands were tied.
tales for dark nights.